the one that I'm also worried about having Reese Buter, bump up to 2 days for his start because he threw a few more pitches and it had the lat that was bothering him early in the year. He hasn't in a while. You just don't want to have anything flare up with that.
So the Savary and Obermuller switch is not performance-based based on the people that might be questioning that?
No, not at all. It has nothing to do with anything other than what I said. It just didn't make sense to have Cade bump up when he had already thrown a heavy pin planning on Friday and mess his routine up.
Offensively, Coach, how do we attack the Gophers this weekend?
The guy we're facing today is a heavy mix guy. He's going to throw 5 different pitches. He's around the zone with all of them. I wouldn't say from a stuff plus standpoint, any of them are like crazy good. They're solid, but he's going to throw a lot of strikes, and he competes hard. And that's probably his superpower, is just how competitive he is. And he's done a great job for him this year. It's no different for us than the last 5-6 times we've talked. I mean, we're going to try to force him over the middle of the plate, stay off the edges, and we do a good job of that, probably as good as anybody in the country at this point. And if we do that, then we're going to force him into some discomfort, not getting the chase.
All right, Coach, good luck today against the Gophers.
All right, thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show. We're getting set for first pitch. It's Iowa and Minnesota this Thursday afternoon from Seibert Field in Minneapolis. We're back after this with starting lineups and first pitch. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
John Evans and John Leo from the broadcast booth at Seibert Field in Minneapolis. You look beyond the center field wall and you could see Huntington Bank Stadium, the home of the Minnesota Gophers football program, just beyond the center field wall and beyond the softball field, which if we could trade home run balls with the softball team today, their stadium, their field aims right at us and we aim right at them. Now, to be fair, the wind is blowing in today. I don't know how many home runs are going to be hit in our game today.
If one's going to be hit, that's the direction it's going to go, though. It's going to go to right center and right field, and they are on the field, so we could say hi over there.
This is our second trip up here, John. We were here a couple years ago. Aaron Savary emerged onto the scene in that series against the Gophers, and maybe, I don't know if saved the season, but saved the trajectory of the season for Iowa in that time.
Yeah, it was really interesting. Iowa, another weird schedule weekend with rain, and we'd come up here and Iowa had staked Brody Breck out to a nice lead and couldn't hold it on Friday, and basically every guy that came in, it was. Sadly, it was a little bit like Tuesday. Every guy that came in couldn't throw a strike, and when they did, it got hit, and it got hit around, and all of a sudden Iowa had like a multi-run lead and ended up with a heavy multi-run loss, and then came in the next day, and Marcus was pretty good, but not super great, and Coach Heller turned the ball over to Sav, and he came in and threw a bunch of Frisbees that Minnesota couldn't hit. And that was actually the game, too, that or the series. Then the next game, Jack Whitlock emerged.
That's right.
Who hadn't really been in the rotation yet. Boy, did he also become a vital piece of that team.
Last time we were up here was in 2023, the regional team that went 44-16. overall. Iowa, as John was mentioning, had a doubleheader on Friday and lost the first game 12-3. So with on your back foot, with a lot of work to do to win the series, went 2-0 the rest of the weekend, including the second game of the doubleheader. Savory came in to relieve Marcus Morgan, as John said, who had pitched 5 innings. And Savory came in 3 1/3, 2 hits. He struck out 4 Gophers and steadied the game when, in the moment, it was looking a bit dicey. Iowa ended up winning that game 7-2 and then won the next day on Saturday to win the series 18-4 over the Gophers. Last year, these teams met in Iowa City, and a pretty tight series that was against the Gophers as well. It was not a sweep. It was pretty similar to the year before, where Minnesota won the first game, and then the Hawkeyes came back and won the next 2.
Also, just Brody had a lead there, I think, in that one, if you look at it. And something happened about 5th, 6th inning or 3rd inning earlier.
Yeah,
so
Minnesota won the Friday game last year 16-9. Iowa was up 7-0 in the 3rd, and the Gophers scored 7 runs in that 3rd inning to tie it up, and then they would score the next, whatever it would be, 9.
Well, I think they scored 16 straight runs.
That's what it was. It was 16 straight. Iowa scored a couple late, and that was a game where we saw Brody get hit for the first time like ever. We couldn't believe it, and so Iowa ended up losing that game, but then bouncing back nicely, winning 14-6 and winning 10-4. So it's been the first game of the series against Minnesota the last couple of years that they've given us a little bit of trouble.
Well, so that'll give that staff probably doesn't know that, but Aaron will have the gauntlet handed to him then, and actually he kind of gets it anyway, because last week was the first time Iowa won on a Friday, first game of the series anyway. So be up to Aaron now to continue the new momentum that's going on.
Hasn't really been any type of structure as we've gotten into conference play, has there? There's been doubleheaders, there's been insanely cold games, no structure, no consistency yet.
No, and that's the down part is what the team got home midnight or later on Tuesday night when the bus got back from Normal, and then all the mad scramble that went on yesterday to get this organized, just to figure out if you could do it. We were getting texts in the morning of, hey, maybe be ready, we're going to go. And then it was, we're going to go early in the afternoon, then we're going to go late in the afternoon. And so all of a sudden the team gets on a bus, takes off took off a little later than what they intended to. The guys that I talked to said they got in 11:30, quarter to midnight last night. So
up here,
and so it was late getting in here, and so that's I think you mentioned it, or certainly Coach Heller did in the interview. The toughness factor will come into play. Just it doesn't matter how you feel. Minnesota doesn't care how you feel today.
Right.
It's all going to be how you perform and what you bring to the table. If it's less than your best, and just figure out how to get it done.
I believe this is one of the first games at home for Minnesota outdoors. They've spent most of their time at U.S. Bank Stadium, the home of the Vikings.
The first one outside. So they have played some outside games. Obviously, they've been south as well and traveled. They were out in Oregon as well for the Big Ten. So it's outside isn't the unusual part. Outside here, and fortunately, I guess we should get decent weather. Moving it the way we did, we would not be saying that if we're trying to play Saturday or Sunday.
Doubleheader tomorrow, starting at noon. Temperature is supposed to be in the 70s, so it'll be another a warm day up here in Minneapolis. Minnesota is 11-11 on the season. They started down in Houston, Texas, where they lost 2 of 3 to the Cougars, and then went to the Round Rock Classic, where Iowa was a couple years ago. They won just 1 game down there, but look at this competition. They started with Oklahoma, who now is ranked and doing very well. They lost to Virginia, who at the time was ranked 2nd in the country, and then they beat Oregon State, who at that moment was ranked 7th.
Well, and look at those scores too: 3-2, 4-2. They didn't get their doors blown off in any of those games, and the 2 games they lost to Houston was a 2-run game and a 1-run game.
Very competitive, very chippy, aggressive team. Went to Arizona State, played in Tempe, took 2 of 3 from the Sun Devils. That can't be an easy place to play. and then opened Big Ten play with a couple of losses to Purdue before winning the Sunday game, or the third game of that series. Split with Kansas, and then went out to Oregon and won a game against the Ducks. So this Minnesota team, you're going to get their best shot, and their best shot's pretty darn good.
You're selling the split with Kansas short, though. 29-1 in that second game that they got beat.
5 home runs in a row they gave up to the Jayhawks.
That's right. That was that game.
All right, we'll take a break for today's national anthem. We're back with starting lineups and first pitch right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stuelke teamed up with 22 and Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today. Available only at 22 and Vine. It's a game changer.
And now it's time for opening day.
National anthem is complete at Siebert Field in Minneapolis. It is opening day in the major leagues. It is opening day for the Golden Gophers here at Siebert Field outdoors. Beautiful day. The wind is not really blowing. It's a pretty mild day. Temperatures in the 60s. The sun is shining, much better than we've seen in recent weeks across the Big Ten and the Midwest. So we're set for baseball today against the Golden Gophers. All right, time for today's starting lineups. We'll go first with the Iowa Hawkeyes, but first let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Ben Wilmus will lead things off for Iowa, followed by Gable Mitchell and Reese Moore, the DH. Middle of the order for Iowa today, center fielder Miles Risley, catcher Dan Rogers, and Jackson Frost, the third baseman. 7, 8, 9 for Iowa today is Blake Guerin at first base, Jackson Beeman, the right fielder, and Ben Swales. He gets the start at second base. He'll bat ninth for the Hawkeyes today. And Iowa will face off against a right-hander from Minnesota, Cole Selvig.
6 starts for Cole, 31 2/3 innings, 36 hits, 19 runs, 15 of those earned, walked 11, struck out 28, has given up 11 extra base hits and hit 5 batters. He's 2-2 on the year with a 4.26 ERA. Expect the fastball to get up there right around 90 or so. He'll throw a curveball, a slider. He throws a changeup too, but got a little cutter that he works in there from time to time as well. So, he's mostly a strike thrower, so he'll be in the zone. But if Iowa can frustrate him a little bit, or make him work a little bit, there'll be some opportunity there. He got hit around a little bit, gave up 8 hits, 5 runs, only 2 earned against Oregon, and Purdue actually got him for 6 runs. So since he got into Big Ten play, he hasn't been quite as sharp.
Heard from Coach Heller that he'll throw a mix. A heavy mix at the Hawkeyes with several different pitches, as you just talked about there, John. And they're all good, is what Coach Heller said. They're all good pitches from Selvig. Not sure if he has one that's overwhelming, but they're all steady and good.
Yeah, the challenge for the hitters in the scout this morning was to understand how he's going to attack you, and that he's not going to blow you away. You're going to have opportunities to stay in at bats, and Ben Wilmus will get the first try.
Selvig is ready on the mound. The right-hander pitches to Wilmus, and Ben takes outside for ball 1. We are underway at 3:04 in Minneapolis. One ball, no strikes on Wilmus. The next pitch is outside, ball 2. turf field for Minnesota with the exception of the mound and the batter's circle.
Yeah, I actually watched him chalk it earlier. That was kind of a weird adventure with most of the places we see.
2-0 to Wilmus. Ben takes on the outside corner for a strike, 2-1. They only need to chalk about a tenth of a way down the line, and then the turf picks it up on the base paths. 2 balls and 1 strike on Wilmus. Ben batting .315. Wilmus lines one into right field, and it's angling towards the line. It's over the right fielder's head. Into the corner. Wilmus is around first, headed for second. He's going to try to stretch it. No, he'll stay put at second base, and smartly so. Wilmus with a leadoff double. We're underway in the first.
Good job there. Went with the low fastball. And again, that was the scouting report. Understand he's going to work your fastball away. And so, instead of pulling it and beating it into the ground, he went to right with it and was able to drive it over Fitzgerald's head.
And now Gable Mitchell comes up with the Hawks in business early. Wilmus out there at second base. Gable batting .366 for the Hawkeyes. Stands in from the left side. Selvig's first pitch. Gable bunts it foul down the third base line. Iowa wearing their their gray uniforms today, with Iowa spelled out in black block lettering across the chest, gold trim on their lettering and their numbers. Gold cleats for the Hawks today. Minnesota in off-white cream uniforms. Look like throwbacks to me, John. They've got kind of a retro logo on their chest. They've got their maroon caps in the field with the traditional block M. Mitchell skies the 0-1 pitch into the air in center. Knoll is over. He makes the catch. Wilmus will tag from second to third and get there safely. And so Mitchell does a job in advancing Ben Wilmus to third.
Good productive out there. Got the changeup up and drove it to the right side of the field, even though the center fielder caught it. Got it to the right side there and deep enough that Wilmus is able to tag and move up easily and give Reese Moore a chance to drive in the first run.
Reese has been doing well for Iowa. Past couple weeks, batting .382. Tied for the team lead in home runs with 7. Stands in from the left side. He's the DH today for Iowa. Wilmus at third base with 1 out. Big shift on for Minnesota over to the right side. First pitch to Reese. He blooped it right to the third baseman, who will make the catch for the second out.
Boy, got him on a fastball up and in. Reese didn't. Funny, when I talked to him in the pregame interview, he talked about one of the things he's done. He's been on time, and that one he's a touch late on, and again got up kind of into his kitchen a little bit and flared it to the only guy on that side of the field.
When you're late up and in, that's tough to do anything productive with. So it's up to Risley now with 2 outs. Miles takes an outside corner, strike 1.
It's funny how some guys seem to consistently get the outside extra called on them. Riz is one of those guys.
Selvig comes set. Here comes the 0-1 to Risley. That's too far outside. Good take from Miles.
Yeah, both of those seem like just the little cutters, 84 and 86, so down on the velocity just a touch.
Iowa trying to get on the board first. 1-1 to Risley. Fly ball foul over to the right, and it's 1-2.
I'll see Coach Sutherland had a really strong scout for the guys when they got to 2 strikes as to how Selvig would attack. So he likes to look away, so see if the guys will be ready to go out there.
1-2 pitch to Risley. High, just below the eyes. Got a good look at it, 2-2.
Shows that one first to try to draw the eye line up, and then if you believe the scout now, he's going to go fastball down and away, or he'll try to throw that little bit of a cutter down and away.
Wilmus at third base with 2 outs. The 2-2 to Risley. Called a ball, high and out. Minnesota dugout thought that could have been strike 3, but it was well off the plate. And the count's now full for Miles with Dan Rogers on deck.
Just because the catcher frames it in does not make it a strike.
Selvig ready. The pitch to Risley. Got a piece of it and knocked it foul. Good hang from Miles. He'll see better pitches than that, but if you've committed to swinging to it, you better get a piece of it and hope for a better opportunity. We'll do it again with a full count. Here it comes. Line drive, right field, down for a base hit. Wilmus comes home to score, and Risley puts Iowa on the board first with an RBI single to right.
He will not see a better pitch. He'll just stay with it and go a pitch that was well off the plate. But again, that was the approach that Marty had talked to with the hitters of, no, he's going to attack you away. Risley was ready for it. He was looking away. Didn't get all of it, but enough to flare it over the second baseman's head and bounce it in front of Fitzgerald. So Hawks are on the board here in the first.
That could be a sign of things to come. For Iowa to get a base hit with 2 outs to bring home somebody in scoring position, as Dan Rogers stands in, he takes a strike. That's a good sign for Iowa offensively because, right off the rip, to get a leadoff double and then not score Wilmus could have been deflating for weaker teams.
Well, Iowa was 3 for 17 with runners in scoring position Tuesday night.
No balls and a strike on Rogers. He's the starting catcher today for Iowa. Dan swings at the next pitch and fouls it back.
You can do a lot of good things with that. When you get the 2-out RBI, you get the runner in scoring position with the base hit. So lots of good there.
Rogers down in the count, 0-2. Dan batting .246 for Iowa so far this year. Next pitch is high and out. Risley at first base with a pretty good lead over there. Cole Selvig comes set. The right-hander delivers. It's inside. Just about took Rogers' kneecaps with it. 2-2.
Yeah, he was loading up for the swing, and that ball came zinging inside.
Rogers turning this into a bit of a longer at bat. The 2-2. Risley takes off, pitches inside, throw down to second base. Not in time. Risley beat it out. Miles picks up his 4th stolen base of the season. Now he's in scoring position.
Tough pitch to throw there for the catcher. That was a kind of that slider cutter right on the inside part of the plate, which basically set him right behind Rogers. So tough look to get that down to the bag. Another chance for the Hawks to score.
Full count pitch to Dan. Fouled it back. Love the Hawkeyes' approach. Selvig up over 20 pitches in the first inning. Risley out there at second base with a wide lead. 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch to Rogers. Ripped down the right field line. Foul. Just foul from Rogers.
107 off the bat. He was ready for that inside fastball. And again, as a left-handed hitter, that's where Selvig wants to try to live, is on that inner part of the plate.
We'll do it again with a full count. Selvig checks on Risley at second. And now he pitches. High. Ball 4. Heck of an at-bat by Dan Rogers right there. Wow.
Really nice job. Battled. And that's what, again, that was kind of the scout, was that he didn't have that last pitch that he was going to be able to just blow you away on. So if you could stay with it and stay on timing, both Risley and Rogers did a great job with that, and setting the table now for Jackson Frost.
Frost back in the lineup, getting the start at third base today. First and second for Jackson. High and tight on Frost. And Weber Niels, the catcher for the Golden Gophers, will jog out there and try to calm his pitcher down. Opponents batting .300 against Selvig, who in 31 2/3 has struck out 28 and walked 11, but I was getting to him a bit in the first.
I think it was, I don't remember the exact number, but even with 2 strikes, opponents are hitting over 300 against Selvig. So, again, that kind of that lack of the put-away pitch.
1-0 Iowa in the first, courtesy of an RBI single from Miles Risley. Risley out there at second. And Rogers, the runner, at first. Selvig missed upstairs again on Frost. Jackson batting 6th for Iowa today, making his 13th start. Hitters count for him 2-0. Selvig's pitch, high ball 3. Blake Guerin is on deck, the local product.
Say hometown guy kind of ish.
At least from the state. I don't know where Shoreview, Minnesota is.
State town guy.
3-0 to Frost. That's outside. Ball 4, also high. A 4-pitch walk, and so here comes Blake Guerin. And in his first at-bat this season against the Gophers in his home state, he comes up with 2 outs and the bases loaded.
Big spot here early in the game, too, just for kind of a tone-setting, just for Iowa to chance before Minnesota even is able to come to the plate. You can hang a big crooked number up here.
Red light for Blake?
No, I think you look for the pitch you want.
He swings at the first pitch, lines it into center field, and right to the center fielder who caught it. Noel grabs it. Blake gave it a ride.
108 off the bat. That's why you swing at the pitch if you see one you want.
Iowa leaves the bases loaded, but they do get 1 across. 1-0 Hawkeyes. We're back for the bottom half of the first after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides the direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Welcome back to Hawkeye Baseball. We can all help prevent suicide. There is hope with the 988 Lifeline. Call or text 988 now.
Iowa leading Minnesota 1-0. We bring you Hawkeye Baseball from Minneapolis this afternoon, this weekend. I don't know if we can call it the weekend, John. We're never going to make it to the weekend, are we?
No, well, by the time we actually get home Friday night, it might be Saturday morning. But yeah, it's a strange series.
Hawks out to an early lead, and the Gophers will come to the plate for the first time in today's game. Now with Parker Knoll, the center fielder, leading things off, followed by Easton Richter, the second baseman, and Drew Birkland out in left field. Middle of the order for the Golden Gophers, Jake Elbery at first base, Josh Fitzgerald in right. I remember Fitzgerald. He's a pretty good hitter for the Golden Gophers. Chris Hokinson is the DH and bats sixth. 7, 8, 9, Weber Niels, Jake Perry, and Jamison Martin. For Iowa defensively today, Jackson Frost at third, Gable Mitchell at short, Ben Swales is the second baseman, Blake Guerin over there at first. Outfield left to right, Ben Wilmus, Miles Risley, and Jackson Beeman. The starting catcher for Iowa today is Dan Rogers. And on the mound is the right-handed starter, Aaron Savory.
4-0 with a 3.06 ERA in his 6 starts. 32 and a third, 19 hits, 11 runs have all been earned. Giving up 3 long balls, 15 walks, 36 strikeouts. Has hit 6 guys as well. Funny enough, he's done that in bunches. 4 against Washington State and 2 against Ohio State. But Aaron's been in the zone pretty well this year, and that's been kind of his improvement. And then the mental toughness side of it, the grittiness. He got into a little trouble in his last start against the Buckeyes. Wasn't his best outing, but before that, he kind of found ways to fight through tough periods and see if he can challenge here today on short rest for these guys. I mean, it's 5 days. It's what they do in pro ball, but it's different for the college pitchers.
Knoll, a right-handed hitter for the Golden Gophers, stands in, and Savory pumps a strike by him. Knoll batting .284 for Minnesota. Gophers are hitting .278 as a team. Savory sailed one outside. 31 home runs for Minnesota, 43 doubles, 6 triples. They've got some speed on the team. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Way out in front of the spinner from Savory. Noel may be the fastest for Minnesota. He has the most stolen bases in their starting lineup today. Savory out of the windup delivers the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Had him totally fooled with the Frisbee.
Yeah, and that was the scouting report was Minnesota might be willing to chase the Frisbee a little bit. They're 4th in the Big Ten in strikeouts. Struck out over 200 times so far in the year. So they're a team that's going to swing only less than 100 walks, 99 walks. So that ratio's not in a great way for them.
Easton Richter bats and swings at the first pitch and sends it into right field for a base hit. Richter is on for the Gophers. He was a left-handed hitter, and he jumped on that first pitch fastball from Savory.
One way to prevent striking out on spin is to hit the first pitch you see. Fastball down, but right across the middle of the plate, and Richter knocked it right over Swale's head. Ben was a deep second base, but he wasn't going to get up and get that one.
Richter, one of 3 Gophers batting over 300 in their starting lineup today. Here's Drew Birkland. First pitch from Savory is high and tight, ball 1. Birkland bats .264, has the most at-bats on the team. Tied for the most strikeouts with 22, though. Right-handed hitter. Starts in left field for the Golden Gophers. 1-0 pitch from Savory. Outside, ball 2.
Just looking, Minnesota 9th in the Big Ten in batting average, but down at 12th in on-base percentage. So it kind of goes to that don't walk a lot, want to swing the bat. So see if Sav can get back in here and attack Birkland.
Big shift on for him with 3 infielders to the left of second base. Guerin is the only Hawkeye infielder over on the right. He's holding the runner on. Savory's fallen behind Birkland 3-0. He's missed twice with the fastball and missed with the slider in between. Savory's 3-0. It's called strike. Birkland thought he walked, and he'll have to head back to the right-handed batter's box. 3-1.
Don't completely disagree with him.
High portion of the zone, huh?
The tip top of it. See if Aaron can take that and use it.
3-1 pitch. Missed with the slider. Ball 4. So Noel swung at everything he saw from Savory, and Birkland did not have to bring the bat off his shoulder, and Savory walks him. So back-to-back batters have gotten on for the Golden Gophers. They have it first and second with 1 out. Jake Elbery is up.
Is this Rutgers? They play the music really loud here.
Very loud.
We're inside. I know we got the windows popped open up there, but
speaker must be right on top of us, John. First pitch strike from Savory. Got him with the fastball. Elbery is a left-handed hitter.
That was the pitch Richter golfed into right, so Sav was able to sneak that past him.
Quick check of the runner at second base. Long hold from Savory, and they've got him in a rundown. Throw to second. Was late. Savory took a while to get it there. And so Richter able to dive back in.
Yeah, I'm not sure everybody was on the same page there. Mitchell broke in behind. Sav and the runner both thought he was going to the plate, and then Sav ended up inside moving back.
0-1 on Elbery. Pitch from Savory. Grounded foul over to the right.
Says hi to his friends in the dugout there.
Heads up in that camera well. Minnesota occupying the first base dugout. Iowa over here in the third. We've got a nice booth set up high above the field of play, right behind home plate, maybe just a touch to the right. No balls and 2 strikes. Savory set. Here's the pitch. Low and in. Good stop by Rogers. Boy, I don't know how that didn't hit Elbery in the back foot.
Yeah, Alberi gave no ground there. He was willing to take one for the team, especially with an 0-2 count, but missed him, and then a good stop by Rogers to not let it scoot by and let the runners advance.
See what Aaron decides to go with here on the 1-2 with one out, runners at first and second. The pitch popped up, out of play, foul behind the seats over to the left. Decent enough crowd here today, taking in some afternoon baseball in Minneapolis. Not many Gopher fans, but fair share of Hawkeye fans over to the left.
Got some college students up on their balconies over there in the apartment complex right there by the tracks.
There you go. Another 1-2 pitch on its way home to Alberi. Savary ready. Here it comes. Outside with the fastball, 2-2.
Big pitch here for Sav right now. I mean, you really don't want to go 3-2 here, and just need to find a way to get that second out of the inning.
2-2. Just inside, ball 3. Tried to clip the edge, didn't get it. And the count is now full.
Had him going on it. He started the swing, but a good hold.
What do you like here, John?
Boy, I haven't seen him throw any of the pitches so far consistently for strikes. I like to see him spot the fastball down and away.
Inside move again. We'll throw it to second. Lobbed it there. Don't ever like the looks of that, do you?
We don't lob it well is part of the problem.
Anytime Gable has to jump high like that, it makes me a little bit nervous.
Yeah, Gable Mitchell's not a Blake Guerin target, so you've got to be a little more direct.
Full count pitch to Alberi. Feels like a big one. Here it comes. Hit him. Bases are loaded for Minnesota in the first after Iowa loaded them in the top half. And it's Josh Fitzgerald coming up. He's the starting right fielder, batting .225 this season. He's only played in 12 games, but he's got 3 home runs. Certainly some power in the bat. I remember him in Iowa City last year.
Coach Kenny's going to go out and have a chat. This is letting you let Alberi get away when you were ahead 0-2, and that's kind of the challenge there. You know, you've got to find a way to finish that at bat. I don't really care how you do it. He only had to foul off one pitch to extend that at bat. There were just 4 other pitches that were decent, but not stressors, and so.
Oh, the trick is, got to find a way to throw strikes when the opponent isn't chasing. And that's something that so far in this inning, Minnesota, with the exception of Knoll at the top of the order, they haven't gone after the fringe pitches from Savary. They've been very patient, very disciplined, and Sav hasn't been able to locate in the strike zone.
And Ohio State did a good job with that too, and that's we've talked about a little bit with Jack Whitlock through the years. These guys, their margin for error is small because of the way that they pitch.
Bases loaded for Fitzgerald, right-handed hitter. Savary's first pitch is outside.
Yeah, they've got to be able to command that frisbee well enough that if the hitter doesn't swing, it's at least occasionally a strike. Otherwise, the hitter will just never swing at it.
1-0. Inside, ball 2.
And unfortunately right now, Sav doesn't really have a good feel for his fastball either, so he's having a hard time spotting up the fastball. That one's close, but probably a little too up and in based on what he's been doing.
That caught the edge. It's 2-1 now.
Good fastball there. Didn't give in. Got it on the outer part of the plate.
2 balls and a strike on Fitzgerald. Bases loaded for the Gophers with 1 out. Here's the pitch. High, ball 3. Could not get the slider to drop down. Ever since the mound visit, Savary's been working very quickly. I don't know if that's benefiting him yet. Counts 3-1. No place to put him. Aaron's pitch. Way outside, ball 4. Walked in a run. It's 1-1. 3 walks in a row. And Chris Hawkinson makes his way to the plate. He's the DH for the Gophers. Iowa and Minnesota tied at 1 in the first now. Hawkinson, a left-handed hitter. Savary's first pitch, that dropped in for a strike. Able to locate the slider. Good start from Savary.
Yeah, not easy to turn a double play. Iowa's a pretty heavy shift and then a left-handed hitter.
0-1. That's strike 2. Went with the fastball. Hawkinson's a good hitter for Minnesota, batting .382. Not as many at-bats as some of the other folks in the lineup, though. No balls and 2 strikes. With 1 out, bases loaded. The pitch from Savary. Lined into center field. Risley moving over to his left. He makes the catch. Miles throws it into third base. And the Gophers will tag and score to take the 2-1 lead.
Pretty good pitch from Sav, but a good piece of hitting from Hawkinson to do a job. And unfortunately, free bases come back and bite the Hawkeyes there. Now minimize the damage, get out of here, and start the slate over.
The catcher, Weber Niels, will be the batter with runners at first and second for Minnesota, 2 down. Iowa trailing 2-1. Deep breath from Savary. First pitch, slider outside. That was pitch number 26 for Aaron.
Yeah, too many. Neal strikes out a third of his at-bats, but you got to get that first one in to get ahead.
Spin move throw to second. Alberi is back. Iowa will have Beeman, Swales, and Wilmus due up in the second, trailing right now 2-1. Savary's 1-0 pitch. That dropped in for a strike. Much better on the slider to start that at the shoulder and then move it towards the middle of the plate. Now we can discuss whether it was high or but he hasn't worked the inner half as much. That was a good pitch. That one far outside, ball 2. Every slider to the right-hander has started outside and then spun even further.
Yeah, so the guy sees spin, and he sees that it's not at him. He knows, boy, that's going to work its way off the plate, and they have.
2-1 pitch from Savary. Ground ball foul past Frost at third. Sort of threw his hands at the high slider.
A high slider that he tries to pull. Didn't make good contact, but it was almost in perfect position, sneaking down the third base line. Now you've got an opportunity to show that slider at the plate and break it away.
Savary set from the belt, delivers the 2-2. Ground ball to short. Mitchell is there. Oh, he bobbled it. No play. Throw to third, and the runner is tagged out. So it works out for the Hawks because Mitchell sticks with it, doesn't give up on the play after he bobbled it. He threw it to Frost for the third out.
Boy, terrible base running there as he rounded the bag, and Mitchell realized once he missed it, he was dead, but threw right behind him, and a good job there from third base with Frost to cover and give him a target.
The Gophers take the lead. They're in front 2-1. We'll bring you the second right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Every day, you're out there, up before the sun, and pushing forward before the chaos of the day settles in. At Great Southern, we're right there with you because we understand the need for trusted support. Having a team that is seasoned, agile, ready, an award-winning team that knows their customers personally and is behind them at every step. There to assist you, inspire you, and echo your inner dialogue in those quiet moments. Keep going. Whether you're getting ready to meet the day or working on something big, we're your team. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City.
See how Iowa responds in the second after giving up the lead. It's 2-1 Minnesota. Iowa did a nice job waiting out Selvig, who threw 27 pitches in the first inning. Iowa got the bases loaded with 2 outs, and so only had one opportunity at it. And Guerin lined a sharp fly ball into center field, but it was caught. Traffic by Iowa in the first. Jackson Beeman leads off the inning for Iowa. He's seen 2 pitches outside of the zone.
What we've seen so far is neither of these starting pitchers are going to go very deep in the game with a doubleheader tomorrow.
That's right. 2-0 to Beeman. Took it right down the middle, 2-1. And this has been Selvig has been their Friday guy.
Yes.
Their game 1, their series opener. 2-1 to Beeman. Line drive, base hit into left field. Leadoff single for Beeman. Good for him. He needed it.
That just shows how strong he is there. He took a fastball off the edge of the plate on the outside and somehow kind of pull hooks it over the shortstop's head.
See if we can get Jackson's confidence back and get him rolling again. Boy, you bury him bottom half of the order. He's a threat, isn't he?
He's a scary guy at the bottom there. And see if Iowa goes short game here. Minnesota not a great fielding team.
Love what you're thinking. Swales is batting. See if Ben looks to bunt. He did there, but the pitch from Selvig was outside, and Ben wisely shoulders his bat, pulled it back. Third baseman Perry is even with the bag. He's creeping forward. The 1-0 to Swales. Ben swings and misses. Chased one high out of the zone, 1-1. Both pitchers have missed high today. I don't know if I don't know what the deal is with that. Ball and a strike on Swales. He shows the bunt, pulled it back, and it was outside again, 2-1. It's a good home plate umpire, Jeff Spizak. That's a familiar name. We've seen him around. Daniel Adkins at first base. Kirk Rawl at second. Don Umland at third. We haven't seen Don much this year.
Another familiar name.
2-1. Runner takes off. Pitch is swung on and missed. Swales leaned forward, and so there was no throw to second as Beeman takes the bag. Minnesota very upset that Swales was not interfering with the catcher, not called to interfere with the catcher, and so the head coach of the Gophers will come out and talk about it. It feels like Minnesota's got a case here. I don't know that they can review it, but certainly having a discussion.
Well, so that was one of the interesting things. I'm not sure what we have for review today, because you put it together in such a quick fashion. What Coach Heller was told was that today was going to be Big Ten Plus would have one camera, and BTN Plus wouldn't have any announcers. So not that announcers has any bearing on whether the replay is, but if you only have one camera, I assume DV Sport has the other cameras on the sides still. But yeah, we may be limited today in what we could do, and this conversation is going on way too long at this point.
Very passionate too, as Jeff Spizak is getting an earful from Ty McDevitt, and based on what I've heard from Sam and Leandra, who are working on today's game and its coverage together, that's exactly right. The stream is just a home plate cam. There's hardly a score bug on it, so conversation wraps up. Beeman is all good at second base. Swales down in the count, 2-2 with nobody out. See if he can move him one more time. Ben lines it right to the shortstop who dropped it. He didn't catch it, and Swales is sprinting down the line to first. He's on the error. Hawks catch a break.
Wow, what a break there as Martin was ranging over. I don't know whether he was glancing at second, trying to figure out how to get it out of his glove to flip it to try to get Beeman. But Jackson did a good job. He read it well. He was headed back to the bag. I don't think there was going to be any play at second anyway. Now the Hawks just have to make that hurt. First two on, nobody out. And we're going to get a mound visit. And this is just got to be a calm you down thing, because there's nobody even warming up in the bullpen. It might be more of a, if Iowa does this, you're going to do this. As much of a talk to the infielders, and maybe Selvig runs hot, and so you go out there and say, hey, calm down. The guy made an error, no big deal. Let's let him pick it up. We'll be fine.
So speaking of that, John, if Iowa does this, what do you like from Iowa here? Okay, we've got a single and then an error. Momentum teetering back to Iowa's direction in a 2-1 game. The Hawks are trailing in the second. Top of the order, Ben Wilmus is up. He cranked one to right his first time up, but he's really good with the bat, too, and you've got Mitchell and Moore behind him. Do you try to move the runners? What do you do here, John?
Yeah, Ben handles the bat well. I wouldn't be against seeing him try to put that bunt down, get two guys in scoring position. And, again, Minnesota doesn't field it exceptionally well. Selvig doesn't really want to bounce off the mound, so if Ben can locate the bunt, he's got a chance to beat it out as well.
First and second, nobody out in the second. Wilmus batting. First pitch to Ben. Swing and a miss. Off speed, just missed it. Boy, he hung that, didn't he?
Yeah, right in the middle of the plate, up belt high or a little north. And Ben was hunting, but I think he was hunting fastball, and it was just a little off speed.
Corners come in for the Gophers. 0-1 to Wilmus. Hit foul over to the right. Now he's certainly not bunting. It's 0-2.
Then he got the real fastball up a little bit higher. So now, again, understanding what the scouting report says, he's only going to come bust you in. It'll be up and in to kind of show. So be looking away, be ready to fight, and knock one out into right again.
Selvig's 0-2. Lined into right field and foul. Went fastball away from Wilmus.
And that's kind of what he does. Again, that's the out. Now you can probably expect something a little different here. He showed you that one. Still where he wants to go, but maybe he goes up and in first to try to raise your eye level again.
0-2 pitch. High. 1-2. Pretty decent gap in left center for Wilmus. Maybe just to the shortstop's left. To his left.
I've been shading a lot of the Iowa hitters that way.
Ball and 2 strikes on Ben with nobody out. Runners at first and second. Wilmus sends it up the middle. Diving stop by the shortstop. He can't pick it up out of his glove. He knocked it down, but that was all. Everybody's safe everywhere, and the bases are loaded. Best case scenario.
Boy, I think that's going to have to probably go as an error, too, as he easily had the force out at second base if he just picks it. But it looked like he was trying to sling it with his glove instead, kind of rolled over it.
Shortstop, number 2.
They'll give Ben the single.
Congratulations, Ben Wilmus. Only guy mad about that's the pitcher.
Bases loaded for Gable Mitchell. Iowa, early pressure and often. Down 2-1 in the second. First pitch to Gable. Line drive. The shortstop dives. He caught this one. And Mitchell is out on the line out.
Wow. Did Minnesota get lucky there? Martin was played all the way up the middle behind second base, looked in his dugout. They shifted him over 4 or 5 steps. Without that shift, that's an easy base hit. Instead, he gets there and then makes the diving catch.
He hadn't even set his feet yet returning from the shift. Bases stay loaded for Reese Moore. Now they do stick to the true shift. Everybody over to the right except for the third baseman. First pitch to Reese. Line drive, foul to right. Boy, the Hawks are swinging early, aren't they?
Well, and you can do that when you have confidence that the guy doesn't have an out pitch. that he doesn't have a way to strike you out or overwhelm you. And so you can swing early, you can be aggressive, knowing that even if you're down in the count, you'll be all right.
0-1, Reese watches it miss outside. So the infield shifts all the way over to the right, but they leave a huge gap in right center. The center fielder, Noel, is shading over to the left a touch.
Yeah, their outfield tends to play the opposite way more.
1-1. Inside, called a strike. 1-2.
That's a good take from Reese. Nothing he's going to be able to do with that one. But now he's got to buckle down. Put the ball in play, make it productive out here.
Ball and 2 strikes. Selvig kicks and pitches. Reese lined it in at right center field. It is down for a base hit. 1 run is in. They're waving Swales around third. He'll score. Wilmus over to third. A 2 RBI single for Reese Moore gives Iowa the lead right back.
And you know what's better than a productive out? A 2 RBI single to right center field. Good job there. Fastball right at the top, if not over the zone. Reese on time, just like he was talking about. On time. Beats the shift. Hawks have runners at the corners with a chance now to extend the lead again. And now there is action in the Minnesota bullpen.
Keep it going. Keep it going. Iowa 3-2 over Minnesota in the second. First and third and 1 out. Well done with 2 strikes. We've seen a 2-out base hit that's brought home a run. Now we've seen one with 2 strikes. Very well done. That brings up Miles Risley. He singled in Iowa's run in the first. Hawks with 5 hits already. They're seeing Selvig well. First pitch to Miles. He took it outside for a called strike.
Again, the extended strike zone to Miles of all the guys. I mean, not like egregiously or anything, but it's just if anybody gets more strikes called in the buffer zone on him than Miles, I'm not sure who does.
0-1 to Risley. That's upstairs. I guess the good thing about that is that he didn't swing at it, because that would have been a double play ball, right?
Right, unless he's willing to go to right center, which most of the scouting reports we've seen would say he's not.
Ball and the strike on Risley. First and third for the Hawks with 1 out. Miles shows the bunt, pushes it down the first base side. It's foul. It rode the line for a few feet and then kicked over foul. Don't mind the idea from Miles. It's 1-2 though.
Oh no, he was going to beat that out. Selvig was not coming off the mound, and Elberry was just stuck on first base too. Now maybe they recognized it was foul right away, and so nobody was moving, but I don't think that was the case with Selvig.
Now we talk about back to the shift for a moment against Risley. Their outfield is giving him left center field. So that's kind of surprising. Rarely see that. 1-2 on Risley. The pitch from Selvig in the dirt. Miles watched it go. 2-2.
Good take there. Saw that the whole way. Didn't swing over top of it. Now, again, if you believe the scouting report, he needs to look fastball away. Drive it out to right somewhere.
The 2-2. Miles hits in the air down the left field line. A couple of Gophers giving chase, but this is well foul near the Iowa bullpen down the line.
We actually went to the elevated fastball first. Miles chased that one up out of the zone.
Selvig up over 50 pitches. Let's make it hurt a little bit more, though. The 2-2. Reese takes off. Line drive into center field. Another base hit for the Hawks. Wilmus scores. Moore to third. And Risley picks up another RBI for the Hawks, 4-2.
Very nicely done there. Got the high fastball. It was a little bit out away from him. Drove it right back up the box. And with Moore on the run, he's able to go corner to corner.
Catcher, number 31, Daniel Rogers.
4-2 Iowa in the second. The Hawks have pushed across 3 runs in this inning. Hawks up to 6 hits. And Dan Rogers coming up.
Make it crookeder if you're Iowa here.
You bet.
Keep going with just 1 out.
Iowa threw the first punch today. Minnesota countered with 2 in the bottom half of the inning. Iowa absorbed and has responded in the top half of the second. 4-2. Hawks with the lead. First and third and 1 out for Dan Rogers. First pitch to Rogers. Dan hits on the ground, right side. Second baseman moving over. He slides in shallow right, and he threw it away. Moore scores. And Rogers is at first base while Risley gets to second as the second baseman Richter fired a poor throw towards first base. It wound up near home plate.
Boy, what a defensive disaster this inning's been for Minnesota. That ball wasn't even close to the first baseman, and you know, we had a pretty good angle on the line. He was throwing it right on there. Simple play. He had time with Rogers going down the line and just completely missed. Minnesota is 14th in the Big Ten in fielding, but
already their second error today.
I'd argue third, the one that gave the hit too.
Second in the inning. Yes, we can certainly discuss that. John, could be 3 for the Gophers. It is currently 5-2 Iowa in the second. Jackson Frost batting for the Hawks. He walked in the first. First and second, 1 out. Gophers have a left-hander getting loose in the bullpen. 0-1 pitch to Frost. Good hang. Pitch missed, low and out, 1-1. Minnesota with their innings, with their errors in this inning, should feel like they could be out of it. Instead, they're not, and they're struggling to get through. Hawks applying significant pressure.
They could be out of the third inning right now. how many
You're right.
extra outs we've had here.
2-1 on Frost. Selvig laboring now. The pitch to Jackson. High and tight, ball 3.
Well, anytime you throw over 30 pitches in an inning, and it'll be interesting. Sav did the same thing in the first, so anytime you throw that many pitches, it's hard to come back. It's hard to find that, extra gas in the tank to get through it.
3-1. That's a strike. Frost thought he walked. He'll stay put for now, 3-2.
Not sure I blame him. That ball was right underneath the letters, I guess we'll call it.
Full count pitch to Frost. Here it comes. Popped up on the infield. This should be an infield fly. It got into shallow right. They did call infield fly. And so Frost is out on the pop-up to second.
Just expanded the zone a little bit. I mean, and after you get the last one called a strike on you, I'm not hard to blame him for going up a little higher, but good pitching there from Selvig to hit that top part of the zone, make it look good enough that Frost chased it. Blake will get another chance with a couple runners on.
See if he attacks the first pitch. Here it comes from Selvig. Don't attack that one, Blake. High and out. Almost ripped the shoulder out of the socket of Weber Neal's having to reach for it.
Blake couldn't have reached that one on his best day.
Still got a couple runners out there if Blake can find a gap. There's a huge one in left center, which is just alarming to me. 1-0 pitch to Guerin. Inside with the snapper. Ball 2.
Yeah, I question if you've ever watched a game with Blake Guerin, to just give him all of the left field side and left center field particularly.
I get there's some wind over to the right, but not enough, don't you think? 2-0 to Blake. Ooh, up and in. Just about hit him. He had to spin out of the way. Ball 3.
Blake chatting with Weber Neal's. I wonder if he knows Weber from back in the day.
According to our good friend Mike, Shoreview is a suburb of Minneapolis, so around this area. Hometown of Tyler and Blake Guerin. Blake sees nothing to hit in that at-bat. Draws a 4-pitch walk. Iowa has now batted around in the second inning. 4 runs across for the Hawks. Iowa leading 5-2, and Jackson Beeman slowly walking to the plate. He singled and scored to get things started in this inning for Iowa. Beeman, a .279 batter for the Hawks. Comes up with the bases loaded. First pitch to Jackson. In the dirt, ball 1.
As we pitch 60 for Selvig, he's just really added to a number here.
Foot on the gas here, Hawks. 2 outs and the bases loaded. Selvig comes set with the 1-0. He delivers. Beeman hits a high fly ball to left. Left fielder Birkland coming forward, still running. He's camped now, and he caught it over his head, just about overran it, as Beeman flies out with the bases loaded. 4 runs across for Iowa. It is 5-2, the Hawks with the lead. We're back for the bottom of the second after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. Before the inning gets started here, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Bottom of the second inning, Iowa 5, Minnesota 2. And the Gophers will send 8-9-1 Perry, Martin, and Knoll to the plate. Need a shutdown inning here from Savary and the Hawks.
Yeah, you got to get in the strike zone. You got to dominate the strike zone, especially here at the bottom. Boy, you're looking at the Minnesota's version of StatCast here. There's 5 guys in a row that didn't have an official, or 4 guys in a row that didn't have an official at bat there last inning. Fouled out a play to the left because of walks and things. So get in the zone, get back to being Aaron Savary, and get things done.
No reason not to be confident and have all the momentum in this Iowa dugout over to the left. So come out and act like it and play with it. 0-1 from Savary. Missed it just high and out. 1-1 on Perry. I feel like Perry's been there forever, John. He is a senior, so that would make sense.
So good chance that he has been.
Batting .286. He's a left-handed hitter. 1-1 from Savary. Line drive, base hit into left. It gets on Wilmus quickly. Perry just threw his hands at that and took it opposite field. Leadoff single for the Gophers.
He started all 48 games last year for the Gophers.
Perry's been around. Weber, Niels, Fitzgerald. You look at this lineup, they're all juniors or seniors except for this batter right here, Jamison Martin. He is a freshman for Minnesota.
Just going back to Perry there real quick. Reached base 3 times, had 3 RBIs, and scored 2 runs against Iowa in a game last year. So,
if it makes the bio, that means you did something good.
Probably why you might be irritated about that. And looking back, he had scored twice, had a hit, and 2 runs scored in the win over Iowa, and went 2 for 3 with a double against Iowa the next day.
A 1 pitch from Savary, hit right back to Aaron. He comes off the mound to field it, throws to second for 1, over to first. Double play, got him! 1-4-3, yes!
Boy, that never had double play written all over it. Great job from Aaron Savary to come off and decide to make that throw. And I don't know whether Martin thought he was safe. He's got decent enough speed to get down the line, but boy, great job from Savary. Swales there. Then a good job to get to the bag and turn it. Boy, the Hawks now finish the inning. So I said this Tuesday. Finish the inning now.
Knoll batting for the Gophers. 2 outs, bases empty. Savary's first pitch is a fastball that's outside and high. Aaron had his number the first time around, struck him out with the slider a couple times. One 0 pitch from Aaron. Here it comes. Outside corner, called a strike. 1-1.
Miles Risley strike zone.
Yeah, he's the Risley version of for Minnesota.
Gonna call it like I see it. Try to be fair about it.
Yeah. Savary's 1-1. Missed with the fastball. He overthrew it. 2-1.
Yeah, Sav's just kind of battling a little bit here. Still doesn't have his really good command.
Slider had too much movement, and he missed outside for ball 3.
I mean, that ball just never starts in a tunnel that you're ever going to consider. I mean, Noel swung at everything the first at-bat, but you're not even tempting him this time.
Here's the 3-1. Grounded foul, 3-2. Good spot for Savary now to get us out of this inning quickly.
I like what he did there. Just gave him the fastball, said, hey, I think I'm better than you.
Take that. Let's see your best here, Aaron. 3-2 is the count. Out of the windup, he delivers to Noel. Swing and a miss. He got him. Yes.
Went back down, and that's the tunnel that Aaron's got to work in with that slider. Just dropped it right into the middle of the plate, but below the zone. 3 up, 3 down in an unconventional way.
Top of the third coming up. Iowa leads at 5-2. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Popcorn for $2 each. Enjoy midweek baseball.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bump's Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bump's is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bump's and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bump's Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Siebert Field in Minneapolis. Top of the third inning, Iowa leads at 5-2, and they've chased the starting pitcher Cole Selvig already into the bullpen in the third. The Hawkeyes will face new pitcher Will Whalen. He's a left-handed sophomore from Lino Lakes, Minnesota.
14 innings pitched. He's only given up 6 hits, but 8 runs. 7 of those were earned. 10 walks, 16 strikeouts. Has hit 5 guys. He's 0-1 with a save and a 4.50 ERA. Last year, he actually appeared in the series against Iowa, had a career-high 6 strikeouts in 3 innings pitched against the Hawkeyes. He's a fastball bully. It's going to come up in the low 90s. I think in the scouting report today, they talked about Heath over his last 4 or 5 outings, he's thrown it 91% of the time.
The fastball, 91% of the time.
He can throw the speedball by you.
All right. I knew I recognized this name. I've determined whenever I recognize a name, John, it must not be good.
Yeah,
it's not for a good reason.
Yeah, it's not because we lit the guy up or mowed him down 4 times in 4 at-bats.
Let's get to him this time. He had a good outing against us last year. Let's get to him this time around. Looks like new shortstop into the game for Minnesota has been announced. Landon Lozier, a sophomore, goes in at shortstop. So he replaces Jamison Martin, who had a rough go in that second inning.
Wow, and then grounded into the double play. So, boy, that was not a highlight reel for him in an inning there.
Swales batting for Iowa to lead off the third. Facing off against Whalen. Ben takes a good cut and fouls off the first pitch that he sees. 5-2 Iowa. Whalen with an offset stance. From the windup, though, delivers the 0-1. That's in for a strike, 0-2. Ooh. Swales reached on an error earlier, battling against Whalen as he fouls off another pitch.
Yeah, when you close the book on, get to it here. Close the book on Selvig. 2 innings, 5 runs, 3 earned. Ooh.
0-2, he threw it behind Swales.
6 hits, 3 walks, so 64 pitches, and all 6 of his outs were flyouts. It's unusual.
Mm-hmm. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Swales. Whalen, the left-hander, brings it home. Swales hits it on the ground to third. Scooped up by Perry. Long throw across the diamond to retire Swales. 1 away in the Hawkeye third.
Ben hit it solidly. Got a fastball right in the middle of the plate.
Left fielder, number 19, Ben Willis.
Unfortunately, hit it right in the ground. And one of the things they were talking about in Hawkeye batting practice, with the way the wind's blowing and it's starting to blow now, is if you make a mistake, be on top of the ball. Because hitting it into the ground is going to give you a much better chance of getting a hit than popping it into the air and having it just hit a wall of wind.
Top of the order, Ben Wilmus facing off against Whalen. Wilmus takes outside, ball 1. Yes, the wind blowing in from center and basically right to the right field line, right towards first base.
Yeah, I was going to say first base, the first base dugout, kind of in that direction.
Whalen's 1-0 to Wilmus. High strike call, 1-1. Nice field. We mentioned the dirt mound and the dirt batter's circle. Turf everywhere else. They've got the big block M in shallow center field.
Springy, thick turf. It's not quite like Iowa City, where Iowa City plays fast.
Good pitch from Whalen, low and in, called a strike.
Boy, Ben's got no chance if you're going to call up and away and then call that one.
Yeah. 1-2 now. It has been all fastballs, hasn't it?
Well, the slider he threw behind Swales.
Haven't seen it since. 1-2 to Wilmus. Ben hits it on the ground up the middle. The shortstop is there, picks it up on one hop, throw to first, and a good pick from Albiri at first base to get Wilmus.
Nothing like getting a difficult play for your first one.
Number 2,
tried to throw it on the run, threw it a little short, but Albiri with good hands there saves another error over there. Again, I always hit both those balls hard, just right on the ground and can't quite find a hole. I think we mentioned this 2 years ago when we were here. Again, with this turf being kind of spongy, it slows balls down,
Mm-hmm.
and so you get a chance to make plays on fielding, show fielding range.
Gable Mitchell batting for Iowa. Takes a strike to start his at bat. Yeah, whatever the material is under the turf or on the turf is different as well. It kicks up green substance. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's green-colored tires like everywhere else, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, when you look out at second base now with the guys that have slid around second base, the way the grain of the turf has been moved around, it is a weird green out there.
Counts 1-1 on Gable with the bases empty. 2 outs, Iowa leading 5-2 in the third. 1-1 is hit on the ground, right side. Second baseman knocks it down. A spinning throw to first is not in time. Mitchell rounds first hard as the throw got by Albiri. Boy, Richter he himself is sliding around out there in shallow right. Hasn't been able to retire any Hawkeye hitter that's hit it over there.
No, he's gotten to him. He just hasn't figured out how to slide and then make a good throw when he pops. I don't think he's getting Gable anyway. I think Gable had that one beat out anyhow, but Gable basically beat the shift there as they had him shaded the opposite way, and he's able to just pull a bouncer through the hole.
Mitchell, the runner at first. Here's Reese Moore. Left-handed pitcher, left-handed hitter. First one to Reese, outside.
Probably not a great running opportunity here. You like Reese to have less people over there. Plus, you've got a guy that wants to throw fastballs, so the ball's going to get up there to the plate quicker.
Throw it over to first base. Mitchell had a good read on that. I feel like everybody could see that coming, that move over to first.
And sometimes the left-hander will show you that move, so you get a little lazy and complacent. Then he's got a better move in his back pocket.
The 1-0. Good cut by Reese, but he missed it. 1-1.
That's the one Reese has been feasting on here lately.
Sort of the golf swing, the upward, the uppercut type of swing. On a pitch that's low in the zone, go get it. Even at 1 now. Whalen's delivery. Called strike. Good pitch.
I fooled Reese a little bit there. Down and in and then up and away. 2 good pitches from Whalen.
Ball and 2 strikes on Moore. Try and move over again. Boy, how many times has he practiced that? That throw over to first has been right in Alberi's chest. He hasn't even had to move his glove.
So he throws a good strike over there, too, is what you're saying. So he's not throwing an off-speed pitch to Elberry.
No lobbing. 1-2 on Moore with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Moore is down on strikes. And that'll do it for the top of the 3rd inning. Iowa leading it 5-2. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state, changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org. Bottom of the 3rd inning here at Siebert Field. Iowa leads 5-2. 5 runs, 7 hits, and an error for the Hawkeyes. 2 runs, 2 hits, 2 errors for the Gophers. Aaron Savary will face 2, 3, 4, Richter, Birkland, and Elbery. Good power here from the first 2. Richter has 6 home runs on the season. Birkland has 8. Both slugged near 600, so important for Savary to locate well. Battled through a tough first inning, gave up a hit to lead off the second, but then erased it on a double play and struck out the leadoff hitter again. So first pitch from Savary. Line drive up the middle. Risley comes in, can't make the play. Bounces in front of him for another leadoff base hit for the Gophers.
Richter's only seen 2 pitches today.
Yeah, lined the single to right, didn't he?
Yep.
That one he didn't hit very well. It was a good pitch from Sav. Off speed away.
Felt like he capped it.
Yeah, it sounded like it was off the end of the bat. The distance traveled would make you believe that, as Risley got a good jump on it, just not going to get there.
Birkland batting for Minnesota. Savary just about hit him.
A big spot for Sav, because this is where the rally started in the first inning, was the 1-out single from Richter, and then Sav had trouble getting this part of the lineup. Well, just had trouble throwing strikes to this part of the lineup.
High from Savary. Yeah, this started a stretch of 3 straight walks. Birkland, Elbery, and Fitzgerald. Let's not do that this time. 5-2 Iowa in the bottom of the 3rd. 2-0 is hit well to left. Wilmus going back. Ben still running. It's over his head, off the wall. Stays in the park. Throw into 3rd is just a touch late. And Birkland clubs a double to left.
It's 109 off the bat. Holy cow, did he get that one? As Sav took a little something off a fastball and left it up in the middle of the zone. That might be worse than the 5-pitch walk.
Yes. And Minnesota threatening in the third. Like to see Sav get through this cleanly, but very difficult to do now with nobody out and 2 in scoring position for Minnesota.
Wilmus played that exceptionally well, too. And made a good throw in, had a chance at Richter at third.
Savry's first pitch popped up on the infield. Frost at third coming down the line. Jackson is there, and he caught it 1 away.
Huge first out there.
Right fielder, number 16.
That's big time.
Fitzgerald.
Sav did a good job, got that breaking ball in on the left-hander, inside part of the plate. Weak contact that stayed in the infield, so now see if he can make a good couple of frisbees here to Fitzgerald.
Second and third and 1 out. Savry's first pitch, that's across for a strike.
First good frisbee.
Now Aaron can go either direction. The 0-1 went back to the slider, missed outside this time. Haven't seen a fastball from Aaron against Fitzgerald, who's a good hitter. He sends one in the air to left field. Wilmus coming over a few steps. Ben caught it. Runner will tag from third and score. Sack fly for Fitzgerald. Gets one back for the Gophers. It's now 5-3 Hawks.
Iowa pretty much concedes the run to make sure they left Birkland at second. So 2 outs here.
Designated hitter number 6.
That's the second sack fly of the game for Minnesota, and I think Iowa's played it well on both instances. Don't have a chance to get him at home. Don't let that runner advance on the backside.
Yeah, just make sure the out and make sure you keep runner back where you want. So chance to minimize the damage. Second and third, nobody out. If Sav can limit the damage to 1, that's not the end of the world.
Hokinson batting for the Gophers. First pitch, he swings and misses. Savry got him to spin into the dirt.
He was well ahead of the frisbee.
Untangle his legs and get back in the box. Savry's 0-1. Swing and a miss. Is that the changeup from Aaron? Good pitch.
Yeah, that was really good. Worked the opposite direction there. The ball starts in the middle of the plate and worked away to the outside corner. Check his palms for that one.
And now what will Aaron throw? Up ahead 0-2. Deep breath. Here's the pitch. Just outside. Looked good, but off the plate. And it's a ball. Love that spot.
Yeah, really nice job there. Although with your infield shifted like that, you're kind of asking for trouble for him to just stick the bat out with 2 strikes.
Aaron ready with the next pitch. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. He got him.
Really good sequencing there for Sav. Got back in. Limited the damage after the first 2 got hits. Hawks lead 5-3.
We're back for the 4th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Another great harvest thanks to Pioneer brand corn.
Just a few questions.
Who are you?
Kim Kernel, Ag Sports News. I've been chasing your combine for a while. How does it feel getting 10 more bushels per acre over last season?
It feels great. Couldn't have done it without Pioneer. It's America's #1 corn brand.
And there you have it, folks. Live from the field.
Who are you talking to?
Pioneer. Your best year starts here. Learn more at pioneer.com/bestyet.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
In Iowa, we grow corn, But the truth is, corn grows Iowa. That includes the fuel in our vehicles. So when you fill up, pump it up with Unleaded 88 and support Iowa's corn farmers.
Top of the fourth inning in Minneapolis, the series opener between the Hawkeyes and the Golden Gophers. Good start so far for Iowa, 5-3 in the fourth. Let's get a couple of runs here off of Whalen, who's a good pitcher for the Golden Gophers. It'll be Risley, Rogers, and Frost. If anybody gets on, we'll see Blake Guerin.
Normally, I'd love to give you some other scores around the Big Ten, but with the push, we're it.
We're all we've got today. Iowa can get into first place all alone with a win. Isn't that right?
True statement.
Tied with Oregon and UCLA at 7-2 in the Big Ten. Iowa taking care of business to start conference play. All right, Whalen deals a pitch inside to Risley. Miles is 2 for 2 today. A couple of RBIs and a run scored. This game has really had no flow or rhythm to it. It's felt very choppy. Whalen's 1-0 to Risley. Went off speed, called a strike, low and in. No, just a softer fastball, I guess, 1-1. One run in the first for Iowa, 4 in the second. Risley sends a chopper up the middle. Shortstop charging hard, gloves it, throws to first. And Risley is out number 1 in the Hawkeye fourth.
Did a nice job there on kind of a funny little spinner.
Catcher, number 31, Daniel Rogers.
So that's 2 plays that the replacement shortstop has made.
It just kind of said to you at the break, you don't often see a shortstop get chased, but he may have been, in his defense, maybe he was a little hurt too on the ball to Savary. He didn't really get out of the box quickly, and so maybe there was another issue there that that caused the replacement.
Dan Rogers batting for Iowa, first pitch strike. Here's the next challenge for the Hawks. They've done it several times over the years. You chase the starter, and you get into the bullpen, and the bullpen arm usually comes in, or at times has come in and done a good job. How can we break that momentum as Rogers is down in the count 0-2?
Well, and they completely, obviously teams do it all the time. You switch from a right-hander to a hard-throwing left-hander, and I saw Marty Sutherland talking to the team, and my guess is he was challenging them right there. So see how they respond this inning to Whalen.
0-2, Rogers half swing, fouled it back, so he stays alive. It's great to get the starter out, but if you really want to position yourself well for the weekend or the remaining games, man, you start chipping into that bullpen in the first game. You see 2-3 more arms today, you'd really be in business.
Yeah, you want to beat Whalen up here, at least make him work. Even if he gets outs and mows you a little bit, you want to make sure you stretch him a little.
0-2, Rogers grounds foul off his own foot.
He's at 20-some pitches now, so, not great, but not too bad for an inning and a third. So, you want to just keep making him work, keep finding ways through it.
Left-handed pitcher, left-handed hitter. 1 out, and the base is empty for Rogers. The pitch, it's inside and high right at the letters.
You mentioned no rhythm. It's 83, whatever we are, 87 pitches now for Minnesota in the game, 53 for Sav, so he's a little bit better, but there's just 140 pitches in 3 1/3.
Upstairs, 2-2 on Rogers.
Feels excessive.
Yes.
Whalen, for a guy whose command is spotty, it's been spot on right now.
The left-hander's ready, brings it home to Rogers. Way outside, ball 3. And so Dan has worked all the way back to fill up the count.
And Sav, even for his struggles, is at 60% strikes.
Sure. Full count pitch to Dan Rogers. Here it comes. Called third strike. Outer edge. Rogers despises the call. He's letting the home plate umpire know about it. Boy, Dan's frustrated. He's out number 2.
Pretty good pitch.
Yeah.
Just spots up right on the black part of the plate. Black part of the plate away from Rogers. I'm sure after getting busted in a couple times, he felt like that was outside, but
looked pretty good. Here's Jackson Frost with 2 outs, nobody on for the Hawks. Jackson takes a strike. Well, I suppose if you're, if there's going to be a strikeout, make him throw the maximum amount of pitches.
Foul off a couple.
Yep. No balls and a strike on Frost. Here's the pitch. Fouled off to the right side. Nothing in 2. Iowa leading 5-3 in the 4th.
Iowa got to Selvig the way you would have wanted and expected. No strikeouts. They walked 3 times, but now they've got to translate that into Whalen.
0-2 delivery. That's high.
We've seen this from Iowa the last couple of years, too. You get ahead 0-2 and you start trying to make the perfect pitch and nibble, and the next thing you know, you've thrown 6 pitches to the batter instead of getting him out with 3 or 4.
And that adds up. 1-2. Frost hits a high fly ball. This will stay on the infield. Wind blowing it over to the right side, and the second baseman is there. That's Richter. Iowa goes down 1-2-3 in the 4th. We're back for the bottom half of the inning right after this. Iowa leads at 5-3. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Quinn Schulte, I play safety here at the University of Iowa. On the field, I stop the run, I make the tackle, and I get interceptions.
Rosmer to throw, has time.
Yes,
it's deflected.
yes.
Intercepted again by Quinn Schulte. He's running the other way at the 40-yard line. Hawks have another turnover. We're going to slam the lid, hopefully, down. Here's an interception. That'll do it. And it's Quinn Schulte. And down there, the Hawkeyes will have first and goal.
Off the field, I help my body's defense by choosing vaccines that are right for me. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider which vaccines are right for you.
A message from Iowa HHS.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SiriusXM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
Bottom of the 4th inning, Iowa leading Minnesota 5-3. Savary out for another inning of work. He'll face 7, 8, 9, Niels, Perry, and not Martin. It'll be Lozier. Lozier, the shortstop, will bat 9th for the Gophers and 3rd in this inning. All right, John, happy opening day. You are a Cincinnati Reds fan, and some promise this year for the Reds, you think?
Are they winning?
Catcher, number 22,
well, probably it.
Yes, they are. 3-2, top of 6.
There you go. Giants, huh?
It's over. Give it to them. I'm not sure how anybody's going to beat the Dodgers. Let's figure out what all-star team we can put together to make that happen. But
Savary's first pitch, a swing and a miss, and Niels let go of his bat and hit the home plate umpire.
That might have been the best reaction imaginable there, especially the catcher hits the batting catcher hits the home plate umpire as the bat just wrapped around Niels, wrapped around the home plate umpire, and goes toward the Minnesota dugout. That was on fire there.
Jeff Spizak, the home plate umpire, he kind of throws his hands up in the air like, what's that about?
I just told Niels to rub some dirt on it, so he did.
Niels doesn't use batting gloves. Maybe he should. Savary's 0-1 pitch. Popped up, left side, shallow left. Mitchell calls everybody off. Gable makes the catch, 1 down. Yeah, so the Reds off to a good start for now against the Giants.
Pirates are up 2-1 on the Marlins, top of the 5th.
I feel like I'm a Pirates fan. I feel like we've started against the Marlins every year for the past 5 years. I don't know what's up with that. Paul Skeens, is really funny. They did a big production, have Derek Shelton bring him into the office and kind of tease him and then tell him he's going to get the start on opening day. Is there anything more obvious than Paul Skeens getting the start on opening day for the Pirates?
You would have thought that was about as obvious as it gets. The only thing that would have been better for him was, yes, we're actually going to pay you what you're worth and not let you pitch out in this rookie contract, but that'd be dumb on the Pirates' part.
Sure. Perry batting for Minnesota. Swings and misses. It's 1-1. Good pitch there from Savary. Now, my fear, as a lifelong Pirates fan, we develop these guys, or they come and they're very good. We develop them, they get even better, and then they get poached by, a really good team like the Dodgers, and then
everybody's a farm club for the Dodgers and the Yankees.
That's what it feels like. Yeah.
And even more so, it feels like for the Dodgers right now. But there's money to be had around. Some of the teams, and yours and mine, are maybe a little cheaper than they have to be. But that's they're also never going to spend $300 million on payroll either, and blow out the luxury tax or whatever baseball.
Do we need something? Do we need a firmer cap, John? Should we save that argument for another day? That discussion for another day?
Maybe a run rule game. We may have time tomorrow.
Savary with a perfect pitch on Perry. Throws a breaking ball that caught the outside corner for the strikeout. Much better from Savary to start this inning.
I think anytime you talk about a hard cap, you also have to talk about a hard floor. It can't just be, we're gonna limit spending on the top end, because it's while there are some inherent advantages to those bigger market teams, misses down and in. There's also enough rev share that the smaller market teams have to be willing to just not line their pockets and put a competitive product. Fouled off 1-1. I mean, you see that with you've seen the Marlins kind of go through the boom and bust cycle of, okay, we're gonna save money for 5 years, and then we'll make a run at it 1 year, and they've done an amazing job at that for a while. Unfortunately, my Reds have never had the boom cycle since that came in, and they've been competitive, but haven't been. I think we looked it up the one day. It's been a good chunk of my lifetime that they haven't won a playoff game in now.
1-1 strike. Savary ready to pitch to Lozier. This is Lozier's first at bat. Savary missed low, ball 2. The mystery has been the Cardinals in the Central. As we talk about the NL Central, the Cardinals have really fallen on hard times, and that's really tough to see unless you're a Cubs fan. I know that they love to see the struggles from St. Louis, but I think if you're a true baseball fan, you kind of appreciate when the Cardinals are competitors at least.
Well, they're certainly one of those teams that, historically, just misses ball 4. One of those teams that you kind of expect to be good, and you hear fans say it all the time of, the sport's better when X is good, and if you're going to carry that into baseball, then baseball's probably better when the Cardinals are good.
2 outs for the top of the order, Parker Knoll. Iowa leading 5-3 in the 4th. Gorgeous day in the Twin Cities.
My grandpa, who was a huge Cubs fan, would probably have begged to differ on that.
Something to say, huh? Savary from the stretch. Slider inside, ball 1.
Grandpa was probably the ultimate in, as cable TV was rolling out, so WGN. So
sure.
He was either going to be a Cubs fan or a Braves fan more than likely, because you had WGN and TBS putting all the games out there. So
Savary brought the slider in a bit more towards the strike zone and gets a called strike, 1-1.
So yeah, sitting in the recliner, catching Harry Carey and the gang, and pulling in Cubs games.
Love it. Nothing better than sports, and good baseball is hard to beat. Savary with a quick throw over to first base. Lozier dives in. Two outs in the inning for Minnesota. Iowa up by 2 in the 4th. The 1-1. Boy, he's thrown it 3 times with the slider, and he's caught the inner third twice. Haven't seen this from Savary yet today until now.
And that one buckled Knoll's knees there, as he thought he was going to catch one in the shoulder and just kept breaking. Now I break him away, and he's going to wave at it.
Let's see if you're right, John. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs on Knoll, who's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts this afternoon. Savary climbs back on the mound and dresses the rubber. Has the sign. from the belt. Throw over to first base. Close play at first. And Lozier gets back.
Boy, that had Sav and Blake Guerin jumping toward the Iowa dugout.
He's right back out there with another big lead, isn't he?
He's not afraid of Sav right now. He feels like he's got his lead measured up pretty well.
1-2 hit on the ground through the right side.
Boy, that is just overthinking yourself. Fastball up and away. Give him the breaking ball in that same tunnel, and he's going to whiff. Boy, I don't often claim to know a whole lot about pitch selection. I still don't claim to know a whole lot, but he would have never seen a fastball from me based on how he's looked in 2.5 at-bats at that point.
All right. Well, the inning stays alive for Minnesota. And Rogers is going to go out and talk with Savary. The Hawkeyes have a right-hander getting loose in the bullpen.
Dangerous Dan Wright.
Looks like Big Dan out there. Yeah, boy, you'd really like to see Sav get through this inning. I mean, we've got Minnesota on their back foot in terms of their bullpen situation, already getting into it. And if you can preserve this as long as possible, but Savary sitting at, this will be pitch number 70 for Aaron. You just feel like you're kind of playing with fire a little bit. It hasn't been entirely clean from Savary this afternoon, but he's worked out of most of it.
Well, he's not going to get an opportunity.
Coach Heller's seen enough. All right. Looks like a pitching change coming. We'll wait for Coach to officially make the call. And there it is. Savary's day is done. Couldn't get out of the fourth. Iowa leads 5-3. And we're back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Wyatt Black, defensive line, Iowa. On the field, I take on double teams, stop the run, and sack the quarterback.
Sullivan now runs for his life, and he's obliterated by Y.A. Black. Here's the snap, the spot.
Yes, and it's blocked it. Kick is
Don't touch it. Don't touch the ball. Hawks get it back. Y.A. Black got man. What a momentum shift there.
Off the field, I help my body's defense by choosing vaccines that are right for me. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider which vaccines are right for you.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
As a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
The Hawkeyes make a pitching change in the fourth inning in front of Minnesota 5-3, but a little bit of traffic from the Gophers, first and second and 2 outs. And so Dan Wright comes into the game, right-handed grad senior from Sergeant Bluff, Iowa.
7 appearances for Dan, a 2.89 ERA, 9 1/3 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs have all been earned. 2 walks, 6 strikeouts. He's hit a batter. Generally speaking, he's around the strike zone and solid that way. And Iowa will look for him to close out this inning and hopefully then eat a couple more after.
Yeah. So early into the bullpen for both teams.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about that after the first inning, the way the first inning went. Aaron looked like maybe he'd settled in a little bit and was going to be able to have a little bit longer stint. But it's interesting, too, this, you know, the 5-day rest thing for Sav, 6 days for Selvig, so not quite as big of a change for him, but still just creatures of habit, a little bit different here, and neither pitcher responded particularly well to it.
And so big, tall Dan Wright comes in with runners at first and second for the Golden Gophers. 2 outs, Iowa 5, Minnesota 3 in the bottom of the fourth. Easton Richter is the batter, left-handed hitter. He's the second baseman for Minnesota. He's seen 2 pitches today, and he's singled on both of them.
Wonder if he can go to left.
Man. Wright's first pitch is hit well to right and foul. Well, this guy just doesn't take a pitch.
Well, he struck out 18 times. He's got to get deep in the count occasionally. Hitting well over 300 now after a couple singles, though. So
Dan with the fastball on the first one. We'll see what he throws on the 0-1 to Richter. Long pause from Dan. Here's the pitch. Check swing. He went around. They don't even need to send that down to third. Home plate umpire called it 0-2.
Yeah, 325 now on the season. 367 against right-handed pitching.
Closed stance, front foot pointed right to third base. The 0-2 in the dirt, got away from Rogers. Oh, they say it hit him. Say it hit him in the foot. If it hit him in the foot, then how did Rogers get hit by it?
Grazed over the top, I suppose.
Hit him in the foot, and the bases are loaded for the Gophers.
And an 0-2 pitch that you're just trying to bury down and in.
Hasn't been easy. Here's Birkland, right-handed hitter. Wright's first pitch, low. Savary got the first 2 of the inning out on a pop-up and a strikeout. And then it's been walk, single, hit by pitch to load the bases, all done with 2 outs. Iowa trying to get out of it in the 4th. The 1-0, swing and a miss.
Birkland's pretty amazing. 273 against lefties and 273 against righties.
Equal opportunity batter. Don't want to see any of those numbers go up right now. Counts even at 1. The pitch. Drifted low, ball 2, trying to get him to chase on the breaker. Didn't get it, 2-1. Wright takes his time. The pitch. Ground ball left side, tough play. Mitchell slides to knock it down. That's all he can do.
Well, we've seen more weird plays like that from both teams that guys are able to slide and stop it, but then not come up and go anywhere. He was going to have a tough time getting him at first anyway, but with Gable's arm, I trust he would have had a chance.
Both teams are struggling to pick the ball up off this turf. And yeah, you're right. I mean, Gable's only play would have been to first because he and Swales were shifted over and they were both going after the ball. Nobody was at second base anyway. It's 5-4. Minnesota with another run across. They're knocking at the door. Bases loaded, still with 2 outs. Here's Albiri. Pitch was low from Wright.
Was it, though?
It's the first time that it's been on the edge and not been called a strike. Boy, all this done with 2 outs. Dan's 1-0, hit on the ground to second. Swales has this, and he throws it over to Guerin for the 3rd out. Again, limiting the damage, minimizing it, just 1 across for Minnesota. Iowa holding on to a 5-4 lead. We'll bring you the 5th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by Molly's Cupcakes in downtown Iowa City for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes is a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes and Iowa baseball, scoring runs and getting bats going.
Yes, let's go. Let's get back onto it now. At the top of the fifth, Iowa leading 5-4. The Hawks haven't scored since the second. 1 run in the first, 4 in the second. Minnesota with 2 in the first and then 1 in the third, 1 in the fourth. Iowa's out hitting Minnesota 7-6, but roles have sort of reversed here. The Gophers have turned it on the past couple of innings. Iowa's kind of stalled out offensively against Whalen, who's out of the bullpen, and he came in the third. And so the Hawks are seeing him another time around.
First baseman number 45, Blake Garrett.
As Guerin will see him for the first time, as will Beeman. Swales, who's in the hole, that'll be his second look at him. Whalen is ready, and he pitches to Guerin. Strike low inside corner. Whalen at 32 pitches.
Yeah, there's nobody really doing anything in the Minnesota bullpen. There's some guys down there, but he's been sharp.
0-1. Blake takes in the same spot, nothing in 2. Well, if Iowa's having a hard time picking it up out of the hand, it's everything that Coach Sutherland had said it's going to be. All fastballs and a lot of strikes. Here's his next pitch to Guerin. Swing and a miss.
Well, that's what happens when you take the first 2 fastball strikes, is then you get an off-speed pitch that's off the plate.
Right fielder, number 10, Jackson.
Feel like you need to swing at it because it's breaking, and it really doesn't. Iowa needs to get back to being aggressive and being on time on the fastball. Even the first 2 innings, when they didn't make solid contact, they were on time and able to make Selvig pay for it.
Here's Beeman. Swings at the first pitch and knocked it foul over to the right. Yeah, the other thing too, John, this Minnesota defense, very error prone. Put it in play and see if they continue to kick it around.
Yeah, make them field the ball. I mean, Whalen now with 4 strikeouts after Selvig had none. Sorry, 3.
0-1 to Beeman. Takes it right down the middle. Nothing in 2.
Yeah,
I'm just not sure, John.
And you're exactly right. It's one of those where maybe there's something deceptive about it that it's hard to see. But
0-2 on Beeman. Here it comes from Whalen. High and out.
But when you look at the delivery, there doesn't look to be anything unusual about it. He doesn't hide the ball. Doesn't all of a sudden just jump on you. He's not 6'9". It's looks like a lot of stock left-hander, but tough for Iowa to get onto.
That's in the dirt. Jackson lays off 2-2. You just like to see the same approach that Iowa had against the starter. Not taking fastballs down the middle.
Especially when it feels like, I'm reading the scouting report. You should know it's coming.
Yep. Counts even on Beeman. Now 2-2. Here it comes. Fouled back just to our right.
And I had a chance.
Think this window is foul ball proof, John?
I would bet so. We almost found out.
That would be quite startling. Beeman trying to stay alive here. 2-2. See if Jackson can get on for the second time today. Next pitch from Whalen. High and in, ball 3, right around, but Beeman didn't offer at it. Full count.
Your crowd mic sitting up there almost got. Woo! Our listeners would have got an up close and personal.
Don't want to lose the crowd mic this weekend. Full count pitch to Beeman. Here it comes. Another foul ball in the air over to the right. Jackson hanging tough.
This has all the makings now of a pretty momentum shifting at bat, or potentially. Whalen's able to get Beeman out, puts all the momentum on the Minnesota side if Iowa can start a rally here.
Over to Iowa's dugout, the 3-2, swing and a miss. Beeman chased ball 4. That pitch was high.
High and away.
Second baseman, number 13, Ben Swales.
2 down for Ben Swales. 4th strikeout of the outing for Whalen. 5-4 Iowa in the 5th. Tight game to get this series started. Swales swings at the first pitch, not drawing great contact, hit it foul over to the right. Yeah. Enough movement on it where the Hawks have not been able to find the barrel when they have put it in play off of Whalen.
Whalen's only been in the 40s for pitches twice, but did throw 70 against Oklahoma. So when he's sharp and good, they can ride him, and he has been sharp and good so far. So even though he sits, this will be pitch 45. Iowa might have to deal with him for another inning.
1-1 pitch to Ben Swales. Fouled back.
The flip side of that is Minnesota's rally on Savary started with 2 outs.
Mm-hmm.
If Ben Swales can get something started here for Iowa and create some issue.
And with the 9-hitter, too, for Minnesota. Same spot for the Hawks. Swales down in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Here's Whalen's pitch. Outside, 2-2. Niels tried to bring it back in after it entered his mitt. Did not persuade the home plate umpire, 2-2. Next pitch from Whalen. High, ball 3. This has been a good at-bat from Swales.
Unfortunately, it was good at bat from Jackson Beeman, too.
Yeah, let's change the fortune. Done all this work to fill up the count. Get a reward for it. 3-2. Popped up right side. First baseman over. He's run out of room, and it's foul.
Well, that's the nice part of this field is there's not a ton of foul ground here, and so for hitters, you can kind of get away with popping one up like that and have it get into the grassy berm over there.
We'll do it again with a full count. Whalen, the left-hander, pitching to Swales, the right-handed hitter. Here it comes. High and out, ball 4. A lengthy at bat, and Swales makes his way on first, drawing the walk.
Left fielder, number 19, Ben
really well done
Williams.
there. Again, Beeman fell down 0-2, was able to fight all the way back to 3-2, and unfortunately struck out. Swales was down 1-2, able to foul off a good pitch and deliver the walk. So now Wilmus, who's 2 for 3, has an opportunity.
Top of the order. First pitch to Wilmus. Ben hits it in the air, right center field. Playable for Knoll and Fitzgerald. It'll be Fitzgerald who makes the catch for the 3rd out. Nothing doing for Iowa in the 5th. The Hawks hold the lead. It's 5-4. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Join the swarm and team up with Iowa athletes to support local charities. Make a difference today. Visit iowaswarm.com to learn more.
Bottom of the fifth, Iowa 5, Minnesota 4 as we get this series started in Minneapolis. Dan Wright is back to pitch for another inning. He'll face 5, 6, and 7, Fitzgerald, Hawkinson, and Niels. So a couple of righties and a lefty. Minnesota's scored in back-to-back innings. Need that to come to a halt here. Iowa scored in the first 2 innings, 1 in the first, 4 in the second. 3 straight zeros offensively for Iowa. 2 in the first, none in the second, and 1 each in the third and fourth. You just like to see a 1-2-3 clean inning. Minnesota has one of those today. They put down Risley, Rogers, and Frost in the fourth. Iowa had an unconventional 1-2-3 with a leadoff single from Minnesota and then a double play and a strikeout. First pitch is hit on the ground to first. Guerin scoops it up. Blake will take it himself to first base as Fitzgerald was jogging down the line, 1 away.
Good first pitch, good first out. Your Pirates now lead the Marlins 4-1.
Should be plenty of run support for Paul Skeens.
One would think so.
How long do you give me, John, before I pay a little bit less attention to the Pirates this year?
Skeens is not in the game right now, so 5 1/3, 3 hits, a run, 2 walks, and 7 strikeouts.
Not bad.
A couple guys on base for the Marlins must have chased him.
Hawkinson batting for Minnesota. He takes a strike.
How do you feel about Dennis Santana? Because that's who came in to relieve him.
Usually I lean on you for the bios and the updates. I have no clue who that is. 0-1 on Hawkinson. The pitch from right. Popped foul over to the left. 0-2. Usually I last until about the 4th of July, by the way. And then the Pirates are out of the race, and then it's whenever I casually watch them. I would like to be watching meaningful baseball when it's cold outside come fall.
There have been a couple of years I don't know that I've made it anywhere too close to the 4th of July.
Right in the driver's seat, no balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. The pitch from Dan. Drifted low. That's a good pitch. Hawkinson didn't go after it, though.
If the Reds' young players can come together, they've got a chance to be pretty good, but
1-2. Ground ball right side. Swales picks it up in shallow right. He throws to first. 2 up, 2 down. You still have De La Cruz?
Yes.
Okay. He's pretty good.
He's pretty good. There's some good pitching. Unfortunately, at this point in my life, I have to see it to believe it as to whether they'll be any good or not.
Joey Votto's gone, right? He was one of my favorites.
Joey Votto's gone.
He's gone from baseball entirely, right? He doesn't. I don't think he plays for another team. He's truly retired, right?
Correct.
2 outs for Weber Niels. First pitch from Dan, low and out. Good spot, just missed away. Niels is 0 for 2 this afternoon. He did reach on an error, but on that same play, Alberi was tagged out at third. 1-0 is hit in the air, right side. Beeman sprinting over towards the line in foul ground. Now he runs out of room, and the ball goes foul, out of play.
When a blinker just came on that thing, I thought it was right on the line, and all of a sudden it blew all the way behind those pine trees.
Long foul ball, 1-1.
De La Cruz is 1 for 2 with 2 of the 3 runs scored for the Reds.
Speed, speed, speed. Right-handed pitcher, right-handed hitter. Right deals. Called strike, 1-2. See what Dan decides to throw.
Niels hits just 196 against right-handers, so good spot here for Wright.
1-2. Line drive up the middle, base hit.
I mean,
Niels is on with a 2-strike, 2-out single.
Boy, just left that ball right in the middle of the plate. 85 in and 100 out. He just lined it right back up the box.
Shift was on for Iowa. Wouldn't have mattered either way. Base hit for Niels, and so here comes Perry. The 1-2-3 inning has been elusive from the Hawkeyes today. 5-4, Iowa leading in the fifth. Wright's first pitch is low. Rogers smothered it.
Meanwhile, Perry is a 300 hitter against right-handers. So. Just stay locked in here, stay focused, get the third out. Won the first half of the game, then go win the back half.
There we go. Wright's 1-0. Good pitch, low outside corner, called a strike.
I would guess with the wind blowing, it's going to come down to free bases and manufacturing runs the way the wind is starting to pick up.
I agree with you, John. Could be small ball, could be stolen bases, get into position and then execute.
I mean, catch an error, get a walk, a bunt, and then you get the hit. So it's just an unusual way to score. However you can do it.
Dan deals the 2-1. Ooh, where'd that miss? Up and in, ball 3. Really good-looking pitch, didn't get the call. See if Dan can get back in the zone on Jake Perry. 3 balls and a strike with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Grounded foul over to the right.
Ooh, got helped out a little bit there. Is that ball dipping below the strike zone? But looked good for long enough that he got Perry to chase.
Niels, the runner, will likely be going on the 3-2 pitch with 2 outs. Here it comes. Looped in the air, right side. Swales is there, and Ben makes the catch for the 3rd out. Iowa keeps Minnesota off the scoreboard and takes a 5-4 lead to the 6th inning. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, today we're talking about a little different black and gold than what you might think. Get your all-new Pac-Man scratch ticket today from the Iowa Lottery. It's available at your favorite Iowa Lottery retailer, and that's not all. With the Pac-Man Second Chance promotion, you could be waka waka winning $15,000 or even $25,000, plus your very own Pac-Man arcade. Enter today and find details at ialottery.com.
Top of the 6th inning in Minneapolis, 5-4, Iowa leading the Golden Gophers of Minnesota. It'll be 2-3-4, Mitchell, Moore, and Risley facing off against Whalen. I've seen all I need to see from Whalen. He's a good pitcher. No need to prove it anymore. Let's find a way to get him out or something along those lines. I want to see somebody else.
Yeah, let's see somebody else. He's probably going to face the next 2 hitters one way or the other just because they're both left-handed, so he's got the theoretical advantage that way.
Now, Mitchell singled off of Whalen back in the third.
Only hit he's given up in the 3 innings.
Done a nice job. 4 strikeouts. First pitch to Gable is inside. Tried to clip the corner. Didn't bring it back all the way.
Gable 365 on the year.
The 1-0. Gable bunts right back to him and through. The shortstop barehands it. Has no play at first. Mitchell legs out an infield single on the bunt. Boy, that was a firm bunt.
Well, and that, we always talk about the push bunt for right-handers to get it past. Whalen falls off the mound that way, and so he was a little awkward in how he got there. I don't think that's exactly what Mitchell drew up, but nonetheless, it was kind of handcuffed Whalen. He wasn't able to get the glove down and make the catch, and shortstop then had no chance to get Mitchell.
That's the key that you always talk about. It looked a little different than what we mean, I think, when we say to get it past the pitcher, because Whalen could have had a play on that, no doubt about it. Instead, Mitchell's at first base. Reese Moore batting. He swings through a firm fastball. Nothing in 1.
Yeah, Reese just hasn't seen it and been on time.
Railroad tracks over on the left side are occupied with a train going by. Reese missed his chance to put a ball on one of those cars. 1-1. 5-4 Iowa in the 6th. Feels like a good opportunity to take control back of this game. The control is up for grabs. 1-1. That's low. Mitchell had a good read on it. Had hopped towards second, but then scurried back to first.
Jammed the brakes on it as that ball sat right underneath Niels. So good read from Gable to not take off there. He was toasty at second.
Yeah, good block. Whalen long pause. The 2-1. Moore sends it on a line to the shortstop who caught it. On the shift. Mitchell stays at first.
Job from Reese there. Actually handcuffed Lozier.
Center fielder number 11, Miles Risley.
Ball kind of hooked right into or sliced right into him, and he was able to catch it as it was moving into his body. I think it might have caught him in the palm.
Ouch. I think every time a team has shifted today, it's worked out. I think of maybe a couple instances early where Iowa's hit through or Minnesota's hit through. Here's Risley. This pitch is inside and to the backstop. Mitchell gets to second base. Whalen held on to it far too long. It almost hit Risley, and Niels couldn't glove it.
Good job from Riz to get out of the way. And Mitchell kind of misread it, actually. He was getting back to first, but then recognized that he was good to go. Had plenty of time to get to second base. I think Swales had the one that he chopped to right that maybe beat the shift a little bit.
1-0 to Risley. Outside, ball 2. I think there have been far more instances where the shift has worked defensively, but...
Yeah, agreed. Gable Mitchell was one of the unlucky recipients of a last-minute shift.
Hitters count for Risley. Here comes the 2-0. That's high, ball 3. Pressure applied by the Hawks in the 6th.
With that wind blowing the way it is, does Birkeland seem really deep to you?
Very
in left
deep.
Field?
Wow. It's 370 out there to left center, 330 down the line in left. And he's playing maybe, 5 steps in front of the track?
He looks really deep.
3-0, way outside. Ball 4, Risley is on for the 3rd time today. He draws the walk.
And probably the more important reason I bring that up is any little line drive move out there, and Mitchell's going to score from second. He's too deep to throw Mitchell out, and you might get your wish.
Yeah, we'll have at least a mound visit for Minnesota.
Although this is a lefty-lefty, I'm not sure. You better love your other guy.
He just started throwing too in the bullpen. The right-hander that is getting loose.
Rogers' splits are pretty even lefty-righty, so there's no huge advantage to leave Whalen in or switch him. But, yeah, I just don't expect the switch to come with the left-handed hitter here now, with 5 right-handers in a row after this maybe, but.
Mm-hmm. First and second, 1 out for Dan Rogers. Rogers walked in the first, reached on an error in the second. He did strike out his last time up in the fourth on a fringe pitch that he did not care for.
Yeah, he didn't think so.
We'll see if Rogers, who's so steady, he's calm, he's collected.
Is he cool too?
He's cool. I don't like to be cliche and throw all 3 of them in there. I don't know whoever started that saying, whoever said that phrase for the first time, I wonder if it's trademarked. First pitch to Rogers. Dan takes for a strike.
Cool.
Hopefully see a better one to offer at than the high part of the strike zone.
And in. I'm not sure what he does. Not sure what good he can do with that one.
Possible to hit fair. The 0-1 is another strike. Outer third.
That's just good sequencing there.
And very quickly, Rogers in a hole. No balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Whalen checks the runner at second. Here's the pitch. Outside. Yeah, you're right on with the sequencing. That's what you'd expect to be thrown there, don't you think?
Absolutely. And now I think if he's got confidence in it, I would think he'd try to bust that fastball back in.
A lot of speed on the base paths for Iowa. Mitchell at second, Risley at first. The 1-2. Outside, 2-2.
Went the other direction with it. Good pitch, just missed. That's the one that irritated Rogers last time. But good take. Nice job to not expand the zone on a ball outside.
2-2. High and out, ball 3. Good job, Dan.
Really good work to get back in the count here.
Been plenty of full count opportunities this afternoon. Every pitch has been big. We're in the 6th. It's 5-4 Iowa. The 3-2 to Rogers. High, ball 4. And listen to that cheer from the Hawkeye dugout.
That was a really good at-bat there from Rogers, and I would guess that is Whalen's last hitter. Jason Frost kind of thinks so, too, as he was looking over at the Minnesota dugout, waiting for the coach to pop out, and here he comes.
There he is. Bases loaded for Frost. What an opportunity for the freshman. Jackson will see a new Minnesota pitcher here in the 6th inning. 5-4 Iowa. Bases loaded, just 1 out. We'll see who Frost will face after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more.
New pitcher into the game for Minnesota is a right-handed senior from Bettendorf, Iowa. This is Seth Clausen.
Yeah, he's got the Iowa ties. 11 innings pitched this year, 6 hits, 5 runs have all been earned, 10 walks, 19 strikeouts. He's given up 4 extra base hits, including a home run. No record, but he does have a save with a 4.09 ERA. Fastball is going to move up there in the low to mid-90s. Been throwing a curveball a little bit more often that'll pop in the low 80s. Also has a slider and a changeup. You know, he's a little bit unusual. His spinny stuff is better than his fastball, even though the fastball is is in the low 90s. Just doesn't command it quite as well. But, just another completely opposite look from what they just saw from Whalen. Moving the fastball up in the low 90s, doesn't throw much off speed. Clausen will throw quite a bit more off speed and come back to the fastball to keep you honest.
We mentioned it earlier in this inning, John. The control of this game is up for grabs. Iowa can swing it back over to the third base dugout really quickly here. 5-4, bases loaded for Jackson Frost. First pitch to Jackson is a called strike. Just one out in the inning.
6 consecutive outings for Clausen without giving up a run. So Iowa's going to have to bust a trend here.
He quickly came set and too fast as Frost was not ready. A single by Mitchell, then a line out from Reese Moore, followed by back-to-back walks to Risley and Rogers, have put a hawk on every base for Jackson Frost. Here's the next pitch. Jackson lines it into left field. It's hooking towards the line. It is down for a base hit. Mitchell scores. Risley around third. Here's the throw. It's cut off. Jackson Frost, 2 RBI, single to left. Yes.
Didn't get all of it, but he stayed with the off-speed stuff that was breaking down and away from him and just top spin hooked it out into left field. And the Hawks reestablish a better lead.
7-4. Iowa with the lead in the 6th. And John, I want to go back to your point. You made it. You were spot on. You called it. The free bases coming down the stretch here today. And 2 walks in the inning have put a lot of pressure on Minnesota.
Absolutely. And it just, you felt like you had to take advantage of that. You get the free bases, and then all of a sudden, then you get a hit. It's just going to be difficult to string together a bunch of stuff. Wind whipping straight in. Caleb Wolf now will pinch hit for Blake Guerin.
Wolf coming in, making his way to the box.
It's a little matchup thing here, too. Just you get the, all the spin stuff from Clausen is going to be coming back into Wolf. A little bit better look for him than Blake.
7-4, Iowa in the 6th. 1 out for Wolf, his first at bat of the day. Runners at first and second. Clausen delivers a strike. Firm fastball.
94, top of the zone. Where's the music bumping from? Are they playing football practice behind us?
Yeah, I think so. 0-1 on Wolf. The pitch. That's outside, 1-1. Minnesota's practice field for football right behind us. That is not within walking distance, really, to Huntington Bank over there.
No, absolutely not.
It's not like Iowa, not like Kinnick.
Do you think PJ will go to dinner with us tonight?
Are you inviting him? I'm certainly not. 1-1 pitch is in the dirt. 2-1 now on Wolf.
I'm not going to lie. An hour would be interesting.
It wouldn't be that bad, would it?
I just think it would be. I really do think he's with all of those guys. You just wonder. Everybody you hear in Minnesota says he's very genuine.
Sure.
And so that would be the part. It looks fake at a distance. Misses inside as Wolf has shown bunt. At a distance it looks fake because we don't have any real consistent exposure to it.
Yeah.
But you also see all the things that they send to injured athletes or other people recovering and things, and so. I think there's a lot more there that would just be interesting.
3-1 on Wolf. Here's the pitch. Caleb takes high, ball 4. The bases are loaded again for the Hawks in the 6th. No, in all fairness, John, I agree with you. I appreciate loyalty and consistency, as most Iowans do, fans of the Hawkeyes, and he has done a good job up here. He's only beat us once, right? And that one comes with a little asterisk next to it, doesn't it?
I don't think it does, actually, on the record book. But
I didn't anticipate you would go on that side of the argument with me.
I can't wear the it wasn't a fair catch T-shirt, even though I don't really think it was a fair catch. You are so objective, John, all the time. I love it. We should probably be over that by now.
We are. We came up here just across the street and took it to him this year, so it's all good. All right.
Tyler Guerin, don't miss the other hometown, home state guy.
Bases loaded for Tyler Guerin, who is batting for Jackson Beeman. Guerin, the younger brother of Blake. Boy, what a spot for Tyler. Iowa out in front 7-4 in the 6th. Bases loaded and 1 out for Tyler.
1 for 2 on the year, and his out was loud. It was deep to right center back at Banks.
0-1, he slaps foul over to the left side. 0-2.
He has now successfully hit both lines.
Mm-hmm.
With an 88-mile-an-hour off speed and 94 up, he was able to fight it off. So, boy, now he's going to have to be on his best behavior here.
Clausen's 0-2. High. Out threw it to the backstop. Niels had to jump all the way up to get it.
We've got another one of those brick backstops, too. So if he misses bad with a fastball, Daniel Rogers will have to pay attention because you could get a really good ricochet right back to the catcher.
Clausen comes set with the 1-2, brings it home to Tyler Guerin. Ground ball, right side through! It's into right field! 1 run is in! Here comes Frost around third, he'll score! Tyler Guerin, the kid, is clutch!
Boy, was that ever clutch. Iowa pinch hitters doing a job here. Caleb Wolf works a good walk. And then Tyler Guerin does a great job. Singles through the hole. Kellen Strohmeyer into pinch run. Big round of applause from the Hawkeye fans for Tyler. 2 RBI single for the freshman. 9-4 Iowa.
4 runs in the inning for the Hawks. And still just 1 out. First and third.
Boy, that's going to take what was a pretty good outing from Whalen and turn it to not so great. Now 3 1/3. He gave up 3 runs, 2 hits. The 3 walks were killers.
Iowa's gotten to the Minnesota bullpen today. 10 hits for the Hawks.
And you want to keep piling. You want to keep making this difficult. See as many guys touch that rubber as you can. Force Minnesota into more and more pitchers.
Ben Swales batting for Iowa. He takes a high strike, 1-1.
You've got a doubleheader tomorrow. You want to see 4, 5, 6 guys touch that rubber for Minnesota today.
Swales shows the bunt, drops it right down in front of home plate. Here comes Wolf down from third. He's in a rundown. Caleb in a rundown between third and home. They throw it to the plate. Caleb is tagged out. Everybody else does a great job from Iowa and advances to second and third. In the meantime, Swales blows a tire out there at second. Hopefully he's okay. And so Wolf is tagged out in a rundown between home and third.
Yeah, Caleb didn't do his job the first time when he ran with the bunt wasn't great from Swales. He left it right in front of the plate. And so Niels, nice job jumping on it, kind of put Wolf in no man's land. But where Caleb did a great job was maintaining that rundown, allowed Strohmeyer to get all the way around to third, and then Swales to second. So Iowa still a chance here to drive in a couple runs.
Top of the order, this is Ben Wilmus. First pitch to Ben. High strike call.
We like that high strike. Wow.
I don't know where that's come from. (9-4) Iowa. Here's the 0-1 to Wilmus. That's a called strike on the outer third. Couple more runners out there. If Ben can put it in play, maybe find some green grass out there in the outfield.
Ben's seen 2 sharp fastballs, neither that were probably a strike, both called strikes.
0-2, swing and a miss. Tough at bat for Wilmus, unfortunate. He's down on strikes, 2 left on for the Hawks, but 4 runs come across. That's the important part. It is 9-4 Iowa. We'll bring you the bottom of the 6th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Brown Deer Golf Club in Coralville, featuring Bunkers Bar and Grill. Enjoy a great Bunkers menu with burgers, chicken, salads, and wraps, and Gimmy's Pizza and Wings, a new pop-up menu at Bunkers that's all about savory pizza and mouth-watering wings. To-go orders are welcome, as are you and your family at Brown Deer Golf in Coralville. Daniel Wright will face 9-1-2, Lozier, Knoll, and Richter. Caleb Wolf stays in the game. He'll play first base, so the infield is Wolf, Swales, Mitchell, and Frost. Kellen Strohmeyer stays in the game. He'll play right. Strohmeyer, Risley, and Wilmus is your outfield. Daniel Rogers continues to catch Daniel Wright. Landon Lozier will come to the plate. Defensive substitution in the top of the third inning for the Gophers. Lozier just one for 8 on the year. Has drawn 5 walks, though, including one earlier, and scored a run. See if Daniel can get in the strike zone and get Lozier. First pitch. Line drive up the middle, base hit. Second hit of the year for Lozier. I'm going to stop talking about that. Nothing positives come from that. As Lozier took a fastball and went right back up the middle on a 92-mile-an-hour fastball, sent it 97 back up the middle. So big here for Iowa. We talk all the time about getting that shutdown inning. Iowa scored 4 twice today. When they did it in the second, Savory was able to get the shutdown. See if Wright can work around a leadoff single. First pitch to Parker Knoll. It's on the way. Breaking ball lined into left field. Back-to-back singles. That was an off-speed pitch. Left in the middle of the plate, though, and taken right out. So first 2 pitches, first 2 singles. And the Gophers are rallying early here. Easton Richter up now. And you get into the power part of the order here with Richter and Berkland. 9-4 Iowa, bottom of the 6th inning.
See some activity in the Iowa bullpen starting to pick up. Bottom of the 6th. Couple runners on for Minnesota. First pitch from Wright's outside.
Better location, though. Got it out of the middle of the plate. I know it missed the strike zone, but it didn't miss by much.
The 1-0 from Dan. Swing and a miss. Much better pitch that time.
Again, better located and change the speed. Iowa with a heavy shift on defensively. Mitchell playing shortstop is on the second base side, having to hold Lozier on.
Long pause from Dan. Here's the 1-1. Lined foul over to the left, 1-2.
Again, much better location there as he put it on the outside part of the plate. In good command here. He got ahead last inning on a hitter and then tried to back foot a breaking ball and unfortunately hit the batter. See what he does here, ahead 1-2.
Right comes set from the belt. The tall right-hander delivers. In the dirt, got away from Rogers, and both runners will advance. Second and third for the Gophers. And nobody out. Not the start to the inning that the Hawks were looking for. As Minnesota, a team that just won't go down, will they?
Boy, Iowa caught a break there. I'm not sure what happened with Rogers, but not sure if he was fake throwing it the whole way and it just kind of slipped out of his hand, or if he was going to throw it somewhere and it slipped out of his hand. But either way, it ends up right around him.
Wright's 2-2. Tapper hit down the first base line. Foul. Boy, he barely got anything on that.
Yeah, go touch that one, though. Make sure it doesn't spin back fair. Got so little on it, it didn't even register an exit speed. If Dan could figure out a way to miss his bat here, that would be ideal. And I don't mean by throwing a ball.
Mm-hmm. 2 balls and 2 strikes with nobody out. Second and third for the Gophers in the 6th. Here's Dan's pitch. High, ball 3.
I talked earlier, this Gopher team strikes out a lot. So far today, though, just 4 times. Feels like most of those came early, too.
Full count pitch. Feels like a big one. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Huge strikeout from Big Dan.
Boy, that is a... You talk all the time about momentum teetering. Boy, that's a 3-2 count that Iowa won. And what a clutch spot to win a 3-2 count in. Get that first out of the inning after you'd scored 4 runs. You feel like, okay, even if you give up 1 here on a sac fly or something, you can live with it. Just go ahead and get it done.
1 out for Birkland. Back to the right side now. Dan's pitch. Low and out.
Like he's just guiding that fastball just a little bit.
Infield shifted for Iowa over to the left. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Hit on the ground left side. Mitchell scoops it up. He throws to third. The tag is down. Heads up play by Gable Mitchell to get the runner trying to advance from second to third. A run does score for Minnesota, and Birkland is obviously safe at first, but they get that lead runner that would have been going to third. What was he doing?
Just a cardinal error there. If you're on second base and the ball is hit to the third base side of you, you stay. You wait, you hold. Instead, he runs. Gable Mitchell was going to have a very difficult play to get that across the diamond to get an out. And instead, the Gophers run into an out. Iowa will gladly trade the 1 run for the out at third. So now just a runner on first, but 2 outs in the inning.
9-5, Iowa leading in the 6th. Albiri batting for the Gophers.
Minnesota with haven't fielded the ball very well and made 2 just base running blunders. Had 2 guys thrown out at third base. One when he overran the bag. Third base coach didn't help him at all, and then that one.
Good lead at first base. The runner is going. He fakes the move to second. The pitch is a strike from Dan. And Birkland stays put at first base.
Not sure Alberi's in love with that one. I think that's a pitch he was ready to swing at, and the runner jockeying around kind of threw him off.
Throw it over to first base to keep the runner Birkland around.
Birkland just 4 for 8 stealing bases, and he doesn't have a lead that screams base stealer right now. It's basically fall down and touch the bag, so either he's going to hit now a much bigger lead here.
He was leaning, and Dan felt it and threw it over to Caleb. Gets back to the bag. High-scoring game to start this series, 9-5. Good guys on top. A ball and a strike on Albiri with 2 outs. It's a big lead over there at first. He's taken off this time. The pitch is lined foul past the Minnesota bullpen.
That was a giant lead that
Huge.
time. He went from being a step and a half off, went right through over to that one is if you picture the old cutouts with the dirt cutouts and the AstroTurf, he had both feet on the AstroTurf that time.
See what Iowa does to keep him around. I think there's one way to get out of this to make him harmless and useless over there is to get a strike out of Albiri. The pitch from right. He got him! Swing and a miss. Totally fooled on the off speed. Nice job by Dan Wright.
battled back, only gave up a run there after a big threat with second and third, nobody out.
9-5, Iowa leading as we head to the 7th. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
For comprehensive coverage of college baseball, tune to SiriusXM Big Ten Radio Channel 372 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. SiriusXM is the home of your favorite team and conference, including live games plus interviews and analysis. So cheer along with the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2025.
Into the final 3 innings of the game today, top of the 7th, 9-5. The Hawks with the lead. Clausen continuing to pitch for the Golden Gophers.
Leading off the top of the 7th.
And Gable Mitchell will get things started. Iowa has batted around twice today. Once in the 2nd, once in the 6th.
Third time's a charm?
Yes. Give it a shot. Clausen pitches to Mitchell, and Gable sends it return to sender right back up the middle. Leadoff single for Mitchell.
His third hit of the day. Have yourself a day, Gable Mitchell.
John, a couple years ago when we first saw Gable, would you have imagined that he would develop into this hitter, leading the team with a .378 average?
He's always been aggressive, and I think, especially now that he's concentrating on the one side, he's able to just work on the left side. He didn't have quite as much juice from the right side either, so it made him a little bit easier to defend. But, boy, he's really come a long ways. Sees the ball well, good contact hitter. And as he's shown a couple times here in recent weekends, if he needs to show some pop, he's got some in there. He just doesn't pull that part of the game very often.
It seems like about 90% of the pitches that he makes contact with, absolute rockets. The occasional pop-up. But other than that, every ground ball, every line drive, zings off the bat.
Yeah, when he stays up and on it, he really can move it. And
same can be said about the current batter, Reese Moore.
Absolutely. For Gable, the only kicker is, and it's a little bit like Caleb Wolf too, they're so good at bats a ball that when they're down to 2 strikes, sometimes they lose a little bit of the aggressiveness and just put bat to ball, and then it's just a fungo ground ball to somebody. But when they maintain the aggressiveness, man, they can do some damage.
2 balls and no strikes on Reese Moore. Reese is 1 for 4 this evening. They were really worried about Gable at first. Thrown it over there 3 times.
Got a little cross-footed there. He was slower to get back to the bag that time.
A little bit of a shift on against Reese. Hitters count to 2-0. Outside, ball 3. Are you surprised they're still going with Clausen, John? They don't have anybody throwing in the Minnesota bullpen. There are several bodies down there.
No, I mean, he's one of their better arms, so you're going to see. I mean, when he came in, he was kind of the guy. And so at this point, friendly strike zone. At this point, you're going to trust one of your guys to shut it down. While Iowa wants 5 or 6 guys to touch the rubber, Minnesota wants Clausen to get through at least one more inning and then maybe try to get 6 outs out of one other guy.
Other move over to first base. 9-5, Iowa leading in the 7th. We'll play 2 tomorrow, starting at noon. And then we'll get to sleep in our own beds tomorrow, John. Driving all the way back to Iowa City. Tomorrow's going to be a long day.
Tomorrow will be a long day.
3-1 on Reese. We're still waiting for it. They throw it over to first base again. If Iowa can seal this victory today, you really feel good about the momentum into tomorrow, at least getting one.
Yeah, the majority of the doubleheaders get way high there, ball 4. The majority of the doubleheaders end up being splits. No matter how well you play, it tends to work that way. Now, we've obviously seen different outcomes.
Happened to us against Michigan last year.
Correct.
At home.
That was less than fun, as Michigan ran through a doubleheader with 3 pitchers, and nobody threw a complete game, which is amazing. But, yeah, Iowa with a chance here now, again, to kind of put a real stranglehold on this one.
Risley batting with runners at first and second, nobody out. Risley shows the bunt, and the pitch kicked up dirt, low and out.
Yeah, and this is the scout on Clausen was command can come and go, and I think we're seeing the go part.
Hasn't really been around.
Now, if he finds it, you've got to be ready.
Yeah.
And so
1-0 to Risley. Low and out. Ball 2.
Got a guy doing some soft toss down there now. Might be Eli Sundquist.
Hitters count for Risley, but Clausen hasn't been around. Here comes the 2-0. Ooh, inside. Ooh, called a strike.
Boy, you don't see a pitcher get the benefit of the doubt very often when he sprayed it around as much as Clausen has. But, boy, does he get a friendly strike call there.
There's not a world we want Miles swinging at that pitch. 2-1 with nobody out. Clausen comes set, kicks and fires. Risley bunts it, third base side. Clausen comes off the mound. Nobody's covering first base, and Risley beats it out.
Boy, another mental error. Somebody didn't get the memo on the defensive side there, as Richter was late getting to the bag, and we may have they're going to challenge that.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, at this point, I guess I don't blame you.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure Richter got all the way to the bag for one, and Clausen had to hold it for a beat.
And we will have a review of the play at first base. And I'm with you, John. Why not, I guess.
I mean, while for Riz, I hope like heck it was a base hit. If not, he did a fantastic job of moving the base runners up, giving Iowa a chance to score more runs.
It'll be Dan Rogers up for the Hawks, regardless of the outcome, as the umpires are reviewing the most recent play down the first base line, just past the Minnesota dugout.
And there's a different guy tossing now.
And you don't want to speak for Minnesota. We don't know. But if Iowa tacks on a few more runs, I'm sure it changes who they decide to put in the game, knowing that tomorrow's a doubleheader.
Well, and Coach Sutherland said exactly that thing to the players today. He rattled off 3 names that Iowa might see coming out of the bullpen. Mm-hmm. And they were 2 of the first 3 guys, or 2 of the 2 relievers that we've seen are 2 of those 3 names. Now, he also said, if the game gets one way or the other, we may see some other guys. But here's the guy. If the game's on the line, these are the guys you're going to see. And sure enough, that's who Iowa saw. They were, Whalen did a nice job. And we talk about it all the time of, you leave a guy in 1 inning too long, or a couple batters too long. Maybe they should have just let him try to get through the 2 left-handers and then get him out of the game because things were still good. They didn't. Yeah. And Iowa was able to take advantage as his control went away, and then we'll see now what happens if Iowa adds on 2-3 runs here.
Umpires have returned from the review. They say that Risley's safe.
Call is overturned. Runner is safe.
Actually, it was not overturned.
I don't remember the original call being that Risley was out. So I'm certain that Minnesota would not have challenged that.
Or he would have gotten fired. If the AD is anywhere in the area, he would have been fired.
All right, another opportunity for Iowa to blow this one open. Bases loaded and nobody out for Dan Rogers. What is this, the third time the Hawks have had the bases loaded? Today have done pretty well with that situation. Clausen missed outside for ball one. Nobody out, too, so plenty of time, plenty of room to work with. Big gap in right center for Rogers. Here's the 1-0. Dan waits for a breaking ball that slowly crossed the strike zone, 1-1.
Yeah, the sidearm sports has some great stats, and then they have some other things that you'd love and you're missing.
Rogers hits this off the end of the bat in shallow left center. Will it get down? It will! And it ricochets off the left fielder. 1 run in for the Hawks. Here comes another. Reese Moore will score. Rogers winds up at second on the 2 RBI double. Risley over to third. It's 11-5.
What great effort from Berkland, and all as he got out of it was a face full of baseball. He made a great diving play there. The ball goes off of his head. Ricochets onto the Minnesota M there in the middle of the field. Knoll had to chase it down, and by then the Hawkeye carousel was moving around pretty good.
Big number up again for the Hawks. Can make it bigger with Jackson Frost coming up. Second and third, still nobody out. First pitch to Jackson. He punches this into right field. Fitzgerald is there. He makes the catch. It wasn't hit deep enough to get Risley in from third, and so just a fly out for Jackson.
No, kind of got jammed, and so was able just to cue ball it out there. But
first baseman number 1.
Throw wasn't very good, but that's not what you're banking on when you go. As Niels went up and had to try to stop it. I think had he been running, I think he would have just waited for a hop and probably had a much better chance.
Caleb Wolf will bat again for the Hawks, now in the 7th. Could use one of those sharp ground balls that finds its way through from Caleb. First pitch to him, Wolfie takes strike one. Rogers at second, Risley at third. Counts 0-1 on Wolf, left-handed hitter. Clausen's pitch. Wolf hits down the left field line. Will it stay fair? It will not. And it kicks foul.
Iowa needs a single here to keep the 4-spot thing going on.
Yeah, it'd be the third time that Iowa's put up 4 runs today. Did it in the 2nd and the 6th. Hawks have broken this game open. It's 11-5 in the 7th. Fastball sailed. Ball 1.
Well, when Clausen just deals, it's really pretty good. You can there's the time, though, when he just feels like he tries to rear back and give you something extra, and it's just not even close.
The misses are wide, aren't they?
Tend to be.
1-2. Eye level. Ball 2.
I mean, great. Those are 93, 94, but they're not pitches Caleb. He's not going to offer at those. At least, let's hope not.
Yes.
Pure double whammy, Caleb, with that.
Count even at 2 now. The pitch to Wolf. Hit in the air, right side. Fitzgerald moving over towards the line. This should be deep enough to score Risley. Good throw from Fitzgerald is cut off. Risley scores. Rogers over to third on Caleb Wolf's sacrifice fly to right.
Got the breaking ball on the inside part of the plate. Turned on it. Didn't hit it very hard, but got enough and deep enough. Allows both runners to move up.
Kellen
Strohmeyer a chance to bat.
It'll be his first at-bat of the game. He entered in the bottom of the 6th. So he came in the top of the 6th once Tyler Guerin got on. Strohmeyer ran for Tyler and then has been playing right field since. Strohmeyer, tall left-handed hitter. He and Tyler Guerin look very similar, don't they?
I could buy that, yeah. 6 for 13 on the season for Stroh.
1-0 pitch to Kellen. Breaking ball, stayed upstairs, ball 2.
He's got a 2-out RBI that would come in handy right now.
Next pitch, Kellen takes outside, ball 3. $12 runs on 13 hits for Iowa. 5 runs, 9 hits for the Golden Gophers. 3-0 to Strohmeyer. That's outside. A 4-pitch walk. Kellen is on with 2 outs to bring up Ben Swales.
So how does Ben Swales hit a home run?
Well, the wind has picked up and it's blown over to right. So aim for the scoreboard and hope you get it in the gap and right.
Center fielder's shifting now. I was kind of hoping that you get one that kind of angled off there. We might get a new pitcher here. So we might have somebody else to try on.
Were you thinking inside the park home run, John? Is that what you were leaning towards maybe if you send it into that weird spot, that weird cutout of the fence in right center?
Yeah, because I don't think Ben's got enough. I don't know who's got enough juice right now to get one out of the park to left field. So he's going to need something tricky.
Well, we'll see what this new pitcher for Minnesota has as he's making his way to the mound. Iowa with another handful of runs across already. It is 12-5 Iowa in the top of the 7th. New pitcher in for the Golden Gophers. We will introduce him after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletic season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
New pitcher into the game for the Golden Gophers is a right-handed freshman. This is Adam Urban.
I think we got our answer a little bit about how Minnesota was going to attack the rest of this puzzle. 3 appearances for Urban, 4 innings pitched, 7 hits, 6 runs. They've all been earned, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. He's given up 3 home runs. He's probably safe with that today. He's 1-0 though, 13.50 ERA. Fastball is going to work up there in the low 90s. He'll throw a a slider that'll be around 80. He does have a changeup as well, but doesn't throw it as often. So Ben's going to be able to look fastball slider here and get after something.
First and third with 2 outs in a 12-5 game in the 7th.
And funny enough, Urban has thrown 2 clean outings. He was unfortunately part of that Kansas mess where he gave up 3 of the home runs.
Kansas hit 5 home runs in a row.
That sounds good.
That's incredible.
If we can figure out how to rattle one around in a corner and get the speedy Ben Swales around. Wilmus can help out if he needs to on the next at-bat.
First pitch is hit on the ground up the middle, through into center field. Swales brings home another run. Throw to third base is on the money, but Strohmeyer beats it out. So Swales wastes no time with an RBI single. It's 13-5.
See fastball, hit fastball, and he just took it right back up the box.
Number 19, Ben Willis.
Good solid swing. That was 105. Right back up the middle. Ben has been really good. Kind of a surprise there in the 9-hole, really, for Iowa.
I agree. And Coach Sutherland, you hear him talk about making the lineup long. And 1 through 9, there's not an easy out on this roster right now for Iowa in this lineup.
Yeah, Swales is hitting .417 against righties, too.
So. First and third and 2 outs. Here's Wilmus, top of the order. First pitch to Ben. Low outside strike. He'll take it. Another 4 spot on the board for the black and gold. Game that started back and forth. Iowa has grasped firm control. The 0-1. Wilmus hits on the ground softly to short. It's scooped up, thrown on the run over to first base. A good play.
Lozier.
For the third out. 4 runs for Iowa in the top of the 7th. It's 13-5. We're back after the 7th inning stretch. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com. Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Bottom of the 7th inning coming up from Siebert Field in Minneapolis. Iowa 13, Minnesota 5. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Middle of the order for the Golden Gophers. Fitzgerald, Hokanson, and Niels, unless they make any changes. 13-5, Iowa out in front in the bottom of the 7th.
The White Sox in their chase for 42 wins this year got win number 1, 8-1. All that great talk about my Reds, though. They gave up runs late, lost to the Giants, 6-4.
Ugh.
4 runs in the top of the 9th.
That's tough, John. I'm sorry. We might be sharing misery, though, today. Doesn't look like the Pirates are doing much better.
Paul Skeens will not get the win as the Marlins tied it up at 4.
Good job, bullpen.
two on in the bottom of the 8th for the Marlins too, as they try to.
How many outs?
2. So you're in okay shape.
Don't give up that 2-out hit, guys. Come on. Dan Wright pitching for Iowa as Fitzgerald lines one into left center field. He gets down and all the way to the wall. Fitzgerald will be on with a leadoff double. Risley went diving for it and he couldn't knock it down.
That was one of those. Not sure he could decide.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he did, it was unfortunately a little too late. Well, the stat that I wish I could find on
I'm not a sidearm guy.
Yeah, I wish that I could find on sidearm is the leadoff hitter that we get on the other one, because it feels like Minnesota's had a ton. You've got your book in front of you. Swing and a miss there from Hokanson. I could manually get my way there, but
4 of the 7 innings.
Okay, so not terrible. Feels like when they do, though, it's come in bunches, too. They get like the first 2 guys on.
Hokanson laces it foul down the right field line. He's down in the count, 0-2. Like to go with Dan for as long as the Hawks can, right? See if you can get him through the 7th and then turn to maybe somebody else to get the last couple of innings, unless the Hawks can score a couple runs and get into that run rule territory. 13-5, bottom 7. No balls and 2 strikes on Hokanson. Here's Wright's pitch. Up and in. Good-looking pitch from Dan, but out of the zone.
Here, Pirates got out of the jam.
Good.
Head to the 9th, tied at 4.
Good. You think the White Sox win more than 42 games, John?
They're just basically a AAA team, aren't they?
1-2, called third strike. Wright froze him low outside corner. Hokanson fooled by Dan.
I'm talking about a team that didn't want to spend any money. Holy cow.
No improvements over the offseason? I can't pretend to be somebody that follows the White Sox.
They called me and asked me about the manager position, so they were just trying to find ways to save money.
You turned it down?
I turned it down. Felt like I couldn't undervalue my services that way.
One away for Weber Niels.
Let's just say it was not a lifelong dream of mine to manage the White Sox.
Dan deals a strike at the knees. Dan's thrown 45 pitches. He's done a nice job this afternoon. He's scattered 5 hits, given up 1 run. He's struck out 3. The air horn.
The air horn on the practice field does throw me off a little. I'm not going to lie about that either.
0-1. Hit in the air, foul over to the right. 0-2 now. Iowa spring football practice started this week as well.
It's not impossible to brain one of those guys on the football field with these foul balls.
I think it'd have to go pretty much straight over us, and we've seen a few go that direction today.
They've got pads on.
Yeah, and hopefully helmets on as well. The 0-2 from Dan. Ground ball, softly hit to third. Frost waits for it, has to make the long throw to first, and Wolf keeps his foot on the bag. 2 down.
Good play there. Good base running play there by that Gopher on second base, as he did not venture very far off. Didn't even give a target for Frost to throw to Swales behind him, and so 2 outs here in the 7th. Now Iowa's been to this 2 outs thing and had some difficulty occasionally getting the 3rd out. So
clean break this time. Perry batting for the Gophers. He stands in from the left side. Here's a ground ball right side. Swales gets there to knock it down. Throw to first in time. How about that play from Benny Swales?
Really nicely done there. We've seen a couple of those sliding plays. And Ben, instead of trying to make a hero throw, just really kind of threw it right in the turf. Threw a ground ball to Caleb Wolf so that he could make the field and get done with it.
Top of the 8th inning coming up. Iowa leads at 13-5. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
You don't have a lot of time to make decisions today if you want to be out front with the newest products. This is Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. Did you know that we're one of the first 2 companies to offer Enlist E3 soybeans in the United States? And because of that, you benefit from it. Here's Ben Pieper to tell you more.
With Enlist E3 soybeans, we have a front row seat to the highest yielding germplasm that's on the market. That allows us to focus on the things that matter to you, making sure you get what you ordered delivered on time to ensure the highest yielding soybeans for your farm.
Contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer today. They care and are ready to help you.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Siebert Field. Nice setup they've got for us here at the ballpark in Minneapolis. And so far, so good for the Hawks. 13-5, top of the 8th. And Iowa will send Mitchell, Moore, and Risley to the plate. The Hawks have batted around in back-to-back innings and 3 times today. Yes, that's good.
And we don't even need that. Let's just get 2 more runs here and 3 more outs.
There we go. I like where you're thinking, John. The pitcher is Urban. He continues to throw for the Gophers. Doubleheader tomorrow beginning at noon. Our pregame coverage will begin at 11:30 on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You can find us on local radio affiliates, the Iowa Hawkeyes official YouTube channel with a static broadcast that is audio only, and on the free Varsity Network app. Really recommend the free Varsity app. Easy to download onto your phone. Cade Obermuller will pitch tomorrow at noon, and then Reese Buter will pitch the final game of this series. 1 ball, no strikes on Mitchell, left-handed hitter, facing the right-handed pitcher for Minnesota. Cable scoops the 1-0 foul.
got the advanced shift on Gable again. If they would have had that shift on him when he hit the line drive, it would have been a base hit. Ifs, buts, candy nuts, that sort of thing.
That's right. 1-1. That's low and out, ball 2. Iowa leads at 13-5 in the 8th. A couple runs and a hold would do the trick and get us out of here a little bit early, as all Big Ten games have the 10-run after 7 innings rule in effect. 2-1 to Gable. High, ball 3.
So I root for a walk and a Reese Moore curling hook over the 2018 sign there. And
I'm game, John. I'm good for that.
And make it 15-5 and put a bow on it.
Get the hold. 3-1. Gable takes upstairs. There's part 1, John.
Yep, the first part of the equation was answered well.
Gable's been on 4 times today. Just a menace, as always.
Seems good.
Are you caught up on your sleep?
Oh, I don't miss sleep. I do a good job with sleep.
Yeah. So you were good getting home from the Illinois State game the other day? And
yeah, that was fine. It was, I got home at 11:30, 11:45. I was in bed before midnight. I did good
You were
work.
good. Wow.
Well, I didn't have anything to unpack, so that helped a bunch.
Yeah.
It was just myself trying not to wake my wife and the dog up.
First pitch to Reese Moore. He was trying to hit that shed over there in right, whatever that is.
And the low inside pitch, he knew what to do with it, too.
Just missed it.
Yeah, see, I was gone so much that month, the dog has basically commandeered my spot in the bed. And so I have to relocate him in his water bowl.
0-1 to Moore. Swing and a miss again, 0-2.
And so that's my challenge, is to see if I can only slightly wake up one or neither of them when I get home.
Were you successful?
Jen claims she heard me at one point, but she didn't move too much. And the dog, for a little guy, he takes up a lot of space in the king bed.
0-2. Reese was fooled in that at bat. He missed all 3 pitches, and they were all low and in. And Urban picks up the strikeout.
Boy, you don't see that very often. And all of them were almost cutters, not as full fastball speed. And I think he brought out a new pitch for Reese, and whatever he's got, he should try it more often, because that was very successful.
Pretty good. 1 out for Risley with Mitchell over there at first base. Try and move over to first, and he threw it away. Mitchell at second. Is he going to head for third? Gable's around the corner at second. He's headed for third. Here comes the throw. Mitchell beats it by a mile. John, what was that? What did you just see over there?
Okay, so is that
first baseman?
I don't know who the first baseman is new.
Charlie Sutherland. He was the one that picked up the ball.
Charlie Sutherland has an arm issue, because he flipped it to the second baseman. He wanted no part of throwing that ball.
They relayed the throw over to third. It wouldn't have mattered anyway, I don't think. So Mitchell is over there at third base.
Well, that's what happens again. You throw that change-up pickoff move. The ball's outside, because he wasn't really trying to get him, just threw a soft throw over there. Boy, and I missed the first baseman change, but boy, yeah, and he's got a big sleeve on that right arm. He wanted no part of throwing that ball.
He picked it up, tossed it to the second baseman, who then threw it over to third. And by then, Gable had already slid safely, but, this is still a heck of a play.
Who was 8 feet away from him. It wasn't like this was, I'm going to toss it 90 feet or 100 feet. This was, you're right here. Here, you do it.
Here, you take it. You do it.
I don't want my fingerprints on this. You do it.
You know what, John? I think we say it every year. I think we're getting close to seeing it all. And we're only in March.
We're only in March. It's not like we've been some of these guys that have been broadcasting for 30, 40 years. But yeah, that was certainly unique.
With maybe a step slower of a runner, it might have worked. 2-0 pitch to Risley. He takes a strike, 2-1.
Yeah, it wasn't the most outrageous plan I've ever seen. It was a pretty good throw from the second baseman. That was Richter that put it on the mark.
The 2-1. Risley takes a high strike. Holy smokes.
What are we doing?
Feels like it should be 3-1. Instead, it's 2-2. Risley looks into the dugout. He's urged on by Coach Heller and Coach Sutherland to wipe it away and focus on the next pitch. That's got to be tough to do, though. Here's the 2-2 from Urban. Risley sends foul down the right field line.
Boy, and if I was Urban or I was whoever was calling his pitches, I'd have went right back to that spot because you know he's going to expand his strike zone up now because he just got one called on him, and instead you get away with a pitch, leave a fastball out over the plate.
Urban's 2-2 to Risley. Miles pokes foul again.
There he went back up there, and Risley protecting, fights it off. Sidearm already has Iowa with the run, so
I saw that.
So we're in good shape here.
It's 13-5. The stats have it 14-5. Are we missing something here? 2-2. Risley hits on the ground, left side. Backhand stop by the shortstop. Long jump throw from the hole doesn't stand a chance. Mitchell comes down the line to score, and Risley with an infield single brings home another run. It's his third RBI of the day.
Really nicely done there. Just an impossible play. I'm kind of surprised. There's no reason for Lozier to throw that. I mean, because, again, with where the game is, if he throws that ball away, good job by, you said it was Sutherland there at first to come off the bag, make the catch, because if the ball gets past him, he's going to have to chase it and throw it somewhere.
Mm-hmm. And by then, Risley would be well on his way to the next bag. Here's Dan Rogers, 14-5 Iowa now in the 8th. First pitch to Dan is just below the shins. Out of the zone, ball 1. Next pitch to Rogers. Ground ball right back to the pitcher. Urban picks it up. He throws to first base for the second out, and Risley moves up to second.
Risley forgot there was only 2 outs as he was about to slow walk his way into the dugout until he realized Sutherland was staring at him like,
third baseman Jackson
I could pick you off if I could throw.
Only 2.
I guess fortunately, if Sutherland does have an arm issue, he wasn't willing to whip it to second base, but Iowa just a single away here from ending this game early, potentially.
Yep, 14-5. Risley out there at second. The first pitch to Jackson Frost is a breaking ball low and out.
Iowa would still have to go get 3 outs without giving up a run for that to be the case. I think it'll be Jack Whitlock.
Fastball outside, 2 balls and no strikes. I'm good with Jack. Come on in, Jack. Iowa trying to get to that 10-run lead position.
Jack probably wouldn't hate 6 outs, but Iowa would prefer that he just needs to get 3.
2 balls, no strikes on Frost. The pitch to Jackson. Up and in. Ball 3. Now, Urban looked good on a couple of batters there, but now he's missed wildly to Frost, who hasn't seen anything to hit.
.341 on the season against right-handers for Frost, so hitting a couple RBIs today, takes that for a strike. He's got that right side to poke it through. He
certainly has options. There's a ton of room on the ground, as you're saying there, John, over on the right. Big gap in left center for Jackson if he can get around on one. The 3-1. Scooped under it and hit it foul over to the right. Full count now.
Yeah, just missed the fastball there. Good down location. Middle part of the plate, just on the inside. Jackson couldn't quite get to it.
Full count pitch to Frost. Urban with a long pause. Now he brings it home. High, ball 4. Frost reaches and sets up an opportunity for Caleb Wolf.
The first baseman, Caleb Wolf.
A walk, an RBI, sac fly, something like that for
That's
sac
right.
Fly.
Yep. First and second and 2 outs. Urban pitches to Wolf. Caleb bloops it to short, and it's caught there for the third out. Couldn't quite get it over the shortstop's head. And we'll go to the bottom of the 8th with Iowa leading 14-5. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa baseball.
14-5, Iowa leads Minnesota as we get to the bottom of the 8th inning. And the Hawkeyes will bring in a new pitcher in this inning. It is Jack Whitlock. Whitlock, the right-handed redshirt senior from Cumming, Georgia, enters the game. Similar pitcher to what the Hawks have thrown out there against the Golden Gophers this afternoon. Just the frisbee thrower, the slow slider that has intense movement away from right-handed hitters. And look to get Jack with another solid outing here this afternoon. Jack is making his 7th appearance. He's thrown 5 1/3 innings. He's allowed just 4 earned runs, 3 hits, 3 strikeouts this year, 1 walk. As Whitlock into the game to pitch for Iowa in a 14-5 game. Some series across the Big Ten this weekend. Illinois is at Michigan State. Penn State is at Michigan. Washington goes cross-country. They are at Rutgers. USC is in Bloomington at Indiana this weekend. UCLA heads to Purdue. Northwestern is out east. They're at Maryland. Oregon is in Columbus at Ohio State. And Oregon State playing a lot of Big Ten teams, the Beavers are this year. They are in Lincoln playing a series against Nebraska.
When you're a team without a conference, you kind of have, you play whoever can play you. And obviously, Big Ten has enough teams on bye weeks with only 17 teams. So.
And Oregon State, I assume they're in the same situation as Washington State. If they're playing the Mountain West teams. I know Washington State's playing the Mountain West teams. Oregon State's 19-4 this season, and they will come to Des Moines to play Iowa May 9th through 11th. But yeah, it looks like Oregon State, they'll play Oregon, which would make sense, but they're playing Cal State Fullerton, UC Irvine, Gonzaga, Hawaii, Long Beach State. So maybe they're not in a conference like Washington State is.
Just playing whoever will play them.
That's right. All right, we're in the bottom of the 8th here. Iowa trying to pick up a series opening win in back-to-back weekends. Jack Whitlock pitching to Lozier. First pitch dropped low.
McDevitt was talking to the home plate umpire, checking lineup cards.
So assume some changes somewhere?
Well, but, you don't usually do that before the time. But then he went over and talked to Marty Sutherland, and so I'm not sure what that was all about.
Whitlock looking to find the strike zone. He cannot on the first 3 pitches here to Lozier.
This is the opposite of the start you want when it's 14-5. Get in the zone, make the 9-hitter swing the bat.
Let him put it in play. Whitlock's 3-0. Inside, a 4-pitch walk to get things started in the 8th. You really do not want to have to use another pitcher in this game if you're Iowa.
Oh, absolutely not.
Knowing that tomorrow's a doubleheader. Not going to be able to go back to Dan Wright, that's for sure.
No, Dan, you've seen the last of Dan this weekend, and obviously
he did a great job.
Yeah, did a nice job settling things in there when things were a little sketchy from time to time there early in the game for Iowa.
Top of the order, here is Parker Knoll. First pitch from Whitlock. That finds the strike zone.
Yeah, Minnesota got it back to 5-4 and came to bat after having Iowa with a 0 at 5-4. Dan settled it down, and then the Iowa started piling up crooked numbers.
0-1 is low and out, 1-1. Cade Obermueller will start tomorrow's first game, followed by Reese Buter in the second game of the doubleheader and the final game of the series. Hope to have all those bullpen arms ready to go tomorrow. Watts and Dete. 1-1 from Whitlock is hit well to left field. Wilmus going back. Ben is camped now, and he caught it for the first out.
Yeah, like I said, you're not going to be able to hit a ball hard enough that way. So that, again, all the more reason to throw strikes to the right-handers. If they want to try to elevate it, it's not going to end well. So good job there.
Well, seemed like it was hit well.
It really did, but the Frisbee was up above the zone a little bit and didn't get a whole lot of super jump on it.
One out for Richter, who goes to bunt it and drop the bat head too low and send it in the air into the Iowa dugout. Foul. Coach Heller heads up over there.
Good for him. I mean, that's what you know, when you're down 9, take one for the team. Put down a good bunt against the shift and get a base hit.
What Richter's trying to do. Frost is the only one over there at third. Here's the 0-1. Missed outside.
Didn't register it was that far outside.
Just not sure what pitch that was from Jack. Was it the slider that he just let slip out of the hand?
Yeah, it was one of the Frisbees, just 78 miles an hour.
Counts even at 1 with 1 out. Here's the pitch from Whitlock. Missed outside again. 2-1. Want to see Jack maybe get a little bit more aggressive here. Throw it. Really rear back and throw it. It looks like he's guiding it.
Yeah, and that's, he's okay living in the upper 70s, but if he gets that, if he can get a strike in the low 80s even, there you go.
Much better. Gets a swing and a miss. 2-2.
82 there. I think he probably went back to changeup there.
Iowa not holding the runner on at first base. That's Lozier. 2-2. Line drive into right. It is hooking, but it is foul, thankfully.
Yeah, good location there. Got it on the inside black of the plate, so always going to be a hard ball for the hitter to keep fair. But now you've shown him that changeup twice in similar locations. You're going to need to do something. Going to need to do something different. Jack's had a hard time landing the Frisbee for a strike. Daniel Rogers is going to go out and talk to him and just get on the same page here. It's not a super crunch moment in the game, but it's big enough here in Jack's outing to just go ahead and get it done. Move along in a positive direction here.
That's exactly right. For Jack, this is major to just put together a good outing. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Whitlock gets the strikeout. 2 down.
So Lozier has about a third lead. He took 2 jump steps to get to halfway and then didn't steal second base.
Couldn't believe it.
Why are you not taking it? Iowa is giving you second base.
You can have it, buddy.
Take it.
Instead, he decided to go back to first, so he stays put. 2 outs for a pinch hitter, Braden Hellam. He's a left-handed hitter. He puts a bunt down. Rogers picks it up immediately, throws to first for the 3rd out. Okay, then.
That'll work.
We're through 8, 14-5. Iowa leads Minnesota. 9th inning coming up. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Another great harvest, thanks to Pioneer brand corn.
Just a few questions.
Who are you?
Kim Kernel, Ag Sports News. I've been chasing your combine for a while. How does it feel getting 10 more bushels per acre over last season?
It feels great. Couldn't have done it without Pioneer. It's America's #1 corn brand.
And there you have it, folks. Live from the field.
Who are you talking to?
Pioneer, your best year starts here. Learn more at pioneer.com/letsgrow.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
New pitcher into the game for Minnesota, enters in the ninth. This is Jonathan Dobis, right-handed freshman.
Couple of appearances on the year, 3 innings, 6 hits, 8 runs. He was also part of the Kansas debacle. 5 walks, 1 strikeout. He's doesn't have a record, has a 24 ERA. Fastball's going to get up there in the low 80s. He'll throw a slider and a changeup as well. Iowa hitters are going to go up there and basically look for a fastball in the middle of the plate and try to do some damage.
His entrance song is the same as Gable Mitchell's walk-up song as a batter. I don't know what the song is, but I don't mind it. And if Gable likes it, then it's probably pretty good. All right, Strohmeyer, Swales, and Wilmus.
I believe it's as simple as Southern Nights right there.
I would guess. Maybe you know it, but
I don't think you need to overthink the name. I just think that's what it is.
I think you're right. Pretty good performance by Iowa to let the game come to them a little bit, have it settle down, or settle it down themselves. I've been impressed by that in the bounce back from Tuesday night's game, which just kind of left a bad taste in the mouth.
Well, and that's too, or okay, Iowa scores a run, great, let's go, and then gives up 2 in the bottom of the first. You're like, okay, great, what just happened? Mm-hmm. But Iowa responded well with that. Even as Minnesota was chipping away, Iowa kept doing work and now have a fairly commanding lead.
Strohmeyer batting for Iowa. He takes a strike.
Did he, though?
You think Mr. Spizak has dinner reservations at 7 o'clock, John?
It's possible.
0-1 on Strohmeyer. Top 9, Iowa up big. 0-1. Stroh hits down the line and left. A fly ball that's foul into the Iowa bullpen. Just beyond it, 0-2.
I'm just going to say he hasn't called that pitch a strike today. And I've seen a lot of TrackMan pitches today.
Yes.
So no matter what this little square says, I know that one had not been called a strike yet.
0-2 on Kellen. Here's the pitch. Ripped back to the screen, foul.
That was the spinner. Kellen saw it well. It's located in the middle of the plate for a strike. Just couldn't get the barrel on it to do some damage.
The 0-2 skipped in the dirt. Minnesota football spring practice going on in full gear there, and I heard it over the loudspeakers. I did hear Coach Fleck's voice. I could hear it, John.
Nice.
1-2. Strohmeyer takes low, 2-2.
It was
a tight.
It was low, but boy, was it a good pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Pirates fall to the Marlins 5-4.
So walked off.
Walked off.
Home run, does it say?
I'll tell you.
Not a good start for our teams.
Single with 2 runners on.
All right. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Strohmeyer. Here's the next pitch. That's low. Kellen draws his second walk of the evening.
Nice job from Stroh there to keep battling after a tough call on the first pitch.
Now back number 9, Cooper Schulte.
My Penguins are also down 2-0 halfway through the first period. So great sporting day other than the Hawkeyes for me.
Yeah, this is the best thing we got going for you. Penguins pretty close to being having that X next to their name, John, or the E, I guess it is?
If they are not mathematically eliminated, they are mentally eliminated by me.
By you? You pay no mind. I remember 2 years ago, John, we were so locked in. We were at Penn State. We were so locked into what the Penguins were doing in that trip. And now I just don't get that same joy to ride along with you.
We've gone back to Tristan Jarry in the goal, so that should tell you everything you need to know. It is 2-1 now, though. The Penguins just scored. So,
not a fan of him.
I am not, no.
Cooper Schulte batting for Iowa. Counts 1-1.
Personally, he may be the best human being on the planet, and if he is, fantastic. As a goaltender, I don't care if he's ever in the net again for the Penguins.
Leaves a little to be desired, huh?
He gets paid a lot of money to give up a lot of goals right now.
Swing and a miss by Schulte, 1-2. That's the thing that we really talked about with him is the contract that he's got.
Yes,
that makes it worse.
Yeah, that he good for him. He did exactly what you should do when you have a good stretch of season. You get paid, but
1-2 to Schulte. Couldn't resist and offered at the pitch. Couldn't hold up. He strikes out.
That's the one thing Coop's going to need to get better at when he comes. Seeing now the higher level of pitching, he maybe just guesses a little bit, hopes for what he's seeing there, and then your breaks aren't good enough to get it to that point.
He's having a little chit-chat with Coach Sutherland down there at this time. And by chit-chat, I mean one-way conversation. Yeah, just a coaching moment.
That's a full monologue.
Andy Nelson batting now for Iowa in the top of the order position. Strohmeyer over there at first base. It is 14-5, Iowa leading in the ninth. Been a good day for the Hawks. Nelson swings at the first pitch, lines it foul past the Minnesota bullpen down the right field line.
Nice to see Andy get going again. He's struggled at the beginning of the year and then kind of working his way through an injury here, so see some pitches and get going.
Mm-hmm. The 0-1 to Nelson. It's low and out, 1-1. He was such a key part in the Iowa offense last year, and then battled a bit of an injury.
Yeah, he was on Big Ten Player of the Year radar early in the season.
Nelson hits it on the ground through the right side. So he picks up a single with one out in the ninth. Good to see for Andy.
Nice job there. Beat the shift. Nearly killed Kellen Strohmeyer.
Kellen's got to have some ups there. Got to get off the turf there, Kellen.
Yeah, that was 105 off the bat. It was a roller, but it was 105. So smoking through there.
Mitchell.
16th hit of the game for the Hawks.
That sounds good.
Yep, it's been a pretty good day offensively for Iowa. Mitchell bats for the black and gold. First pitch to Gable, low and out.
And Iowa's left 14 runners on base. I mean, they've scored 14 runs and left 14 on. So, again, you talk about the pressure, the constant traffic. They've had that in spades today.
1-0 to Mitchell. Outside, the same spot, 2-0.
Iowa's drawn 12 walks. I don't think I realized that.
Well, as you're reading off some of these stats, John, the left on base, 14, that's more than Minnesota. It has not felt like that. It's felt like every time that Iowa's got base runners on, they've done a nice job of bringing them home. The 2-0 pitch is a called strike. I guess Iowa's left the bases loaded twice, but it's after they've done damage.
True.
And so it hasn't felt as bad.
Yeah, at the back end of a big rally already.
Right. 2-1, Mitchell hits well to left, but foul.
Minnesota's left 10 on base.
And theirs have felt...
Those have been huge.
Yes.
I mean, they had chances to put up crooked numbers and didn't do it. Then you compound the 12 walks, 3 errors, and a couple mental miscues on the bases. I mean, it's been a tough game that way for Minnesota.
Counts 2-2 on Mitchell. Here's the pitch. Gable hits it on the ground for a base hit into right field. Will wave Strohmeyer around third. He'll score with ease as the right fielder Fitzgerald kicks it around. Nelson advances to third. Mitchell stays hot. It's his 4th single of the game.
Nicely done there. Here's the Mitch Wood is going to pinch hit in Reese Buter's jersey. And the umpire is going to get an explanation here from
number 5, Reese Buter.
From Marty Sutherland as he's going to explain that Mitch left his gray top at home.
Is that the story? Do we know the story?
I'm 95% sure that is the accurate version of the story. So this is not Reese Buter at the plate, no matter what you may see here on sidearm here in a second. It is Mitch Wood.
Wouldn't this be something for Reese Buter's batting average until it gets corrected, if Mitch can find a way?
Anybody that's just – so we were having this discussion with Sam about you could follow along on StatCast or sidearm if you want. Well, right now, if you are, and that's the only way you're following, you think Reese Buter's at the plate, and you're wondering, well, this is the cockiest move I've ever seen.
Yeah.
The guy that's going to start game 2 of the doubleheader tomorrow is getting his first career at bat.
It is Mitch Wood batting. He swings and fouls it into the netting over the Minnesota dugout. 0-2, 15-5 in the ninth.
Reese Buter might have been offended by that swing.
Yeah, if Reese were really batting, he'd get his money's worth. He'd give it a rip.
Woody was fooled by that one and then just kind of slow motion through the zone and actually impressed he made contact.
Runners at the corners and 1 out. The 0-2 is outside to Mitch Wood.
You feel like you have to emphasize
I'm focusing, John. I'm really locked in. He kind of looks like Reese from up here. I mean, he's got the shortish haircut. And
wouldn't completely argue that.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. Wood hits a fly ball to shallow right. Fitzgerald over in foul ground, and he makes the catch. Tagging from third and scoring is Andy Nelson with no throw.
I'm not quite sure what Fitzgerald was doing there. I mean, he could have let it fall if he really didn't want to make the play at the plate. But
I'm in wholesale agreement with you, John.
Number 11, Miles Risley.
And even if you aren't going to throw to the plate, just get the ball in and throw it to second, where the other base runner could go. Sac fly for Reese Buter. Career RBI number 1 for Reese. Congratulations.
Here's Miles Risley. He takes a strike. We can have some fun with that. 16-5, Iowa in the ninth. Hawks up 11. 2 outs for Miles and Mitchell at first base. Here's the 0-1. Miles hits a fly ball to shallow center. It'll be the shortstop, Lozier, going back. He drifts over and he makes the catch for the 3rd out. All right, 3 outs to go. Iowa looking square in the face at a series opening win over the Golden Gophers. We're back to shut things down, and Jack Whitlock will get the honor of attempting to do that in the bottom of the 9th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
(16-5), Iowa out in front. 3 outs to go in the 9th inning. Jack Whitlock will get the honor of trying to shut this one down.
We're taking grief for White Sox slander, but if you
I guess we got a lot of White Sox fans that listen to us, John.
Yeah, who knew? I mean, and that's great. But if you want to understand why, even for as much as our teams don't win, so recognizing that fact, the White Sox are over 500 for the first time since they won on opening day 2 years ago.
I don't think we could say that about either of our teams, John.
So yeah, that's
March 31st, 2023, the last time the White Sox were over 500 until today. You can add us. Go ahead.
So they haven't been over 500 in April yet, in however many years that would translate to after that.
Oh, boy. Whitlock gets a swing and a miss from Sutherland.
Just having some fun. I do not root for the Dodgers or any of the teams that win regularly, so I feel all the pain of long baseball season losing.
Sure. If random sports accounts on Twitter are tweeting about it, I think we can bring it up as a miscellaneous stat. Here's a fly ball to left that is caught by Nelson for the first out of the ninth.
So I hope they were all listening. It wasn't just Kyle, and then we just got caught in a whirlwind.
Well, when Kyle tweets something, it usually takes off, doesn't it? So
he's got some range.
Gaining some attention through his followers, I suppose. One out for Josh Fitzgerald. Whitlock's first pitch is across for a strike.
Sean Roberts he's one of the big White Sox fans. But if he becomes a Hawkeye basketball fan now.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of work over there at Drake. Ben McCollum, the new men's basketball coach at the University of Iowa. Fitzgerald slaps it foul over to the left. No balls and 2 strikes.
Jack Mosh on deck. He'll pinch hit.
Jack comes set. Here's the 0-2. Ground ball, softly hit. Mitchell charging hard at short. Gets it out of the glove, throws it wide of first base. Wolf cannot apply the tag. Just took a while for Gable to get it out of his glove. You wonder if he had a good grip on it to throw it over there.
No, and he had time, too. That's the worst part.
Number 4, Jack Mosh.
Wolf did a nice job, a little diving catch. Tried to kind of swing tag as he went to make the play. We have seen a lot of players not be able to make that running play today.
Here is Jake Mosh. He is a left-handed hitter, junior from Kansas City. First pitch from Whitlock, a swing and a miss.
Mosh 1 for 5. Hit was a double. Struck out a couple times.
0-1 is fouled back.
And Jack will try to add to that total.
Ground ball would be nice, right, to Ben, Cooper Schulte at second base. Whitlock's 0-2 is hit on the ground to Wolf at first. Caleb picks it up and then sprints back to the bag to get the second out. Fitzgerald up to second base.
I was having that depth perception issue, and I was thinking if that goes to Cooper, that's going to be a problem. That was not well hit. Fortunately, it was more to first base, so easier play for Caleb Wolf.
Last chance for the Gophers. Weber Niels is up with 2 outs. Whitlock's first pitch. That's across for a strike. Hawkeyes will improve to 15-9 and be 8-2 in the Big Ten. That is one heck of a start through 10 games.
First place in the Big Ten. Get the jump on the weekend.
Whitlock's 0-1. Swing and a miss. That had some firm movement to it. No balls and 2 strikes.
I know there's a lot of things that fans and coaching staff and the players aren't going to be thrilled about with how the first part of the season went, but 8-2 is not one of those problems.
0-2. This is hit in the air to left field. Nelson going back, and he's still running, and this ball is out of here.
Okay, the question of who can drive one out of the ballpark, it's Weber Niels. Holy cow, he got that one. 103 off the bat, goes 395 over the left field wall.
And it's now 16-7. as Niels gave it a ride. Yeah, I might want to cut that sound cue.
It's kind of like the when we've heard various places play, you've had a bad day to the pitcher when he leaves, and he leaves with a 16-7 lead.
Yes. Here's a ground ball to short. This should do it. Mitchell picks it up. Gable throws a strike over to first base, and the game is over. That's a Hawkeye winner, 16-7. Iowa wins the series opener over Minnesota and gets the weekend off to a good start. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Plus, save up to $1,500 on select equipment. Now through September 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Iowa takes care of business and wins game 1 of the series over Minnesota 16-7. Iowa now 15-9 and 8-2 in the Big Ten. We'll be back tomorrow for a doubleheader beginning at noon, and the Hawks will try to take the series right away at noon, and with Kate Obermuller starting for the Hawks. John, you get the first word in postgame on today's win.
Tough. I mean that was the message to the team beforehand was, hey, I get you might not feel good. It was a late night the last 2 nights. And then you get out to a lead, you give it up, you retake the lead, you kind of start to leak oil a little bit, and you shut it down. And that's what tough teams do. That's what good teams do. And Iowa did it on both sides. Dan Wright did a fantastic job, and Gable Mitchell, Miles Risley, 4 hits apiece. Everybody in the Iowa lineup. 8 of the 9 positions in the order got hits, and the 9th one had a couple walks. And so, I mean, up and down the lineup, you mentioned it, up and down the lineup being tough outs, and Iowa really did that today.
It looks like the Hawks did some damage to the Minnesota bullpen today too, John.
Yeah, certainly. You came in late. I heard 2 of the 3 names this morning that Iowa expected to pitch this weekend. Better arms for Minnesota. We saw 2 of them today, and Iowa did damage to those 2 guys. It took a little bit on Whalen, but they got there, and so now you get into tomorrow and you feel like Iowa has perhaps a little bit of a bullpen advantage going into tomorrow because Dan Wright was able to settle things down for Iowa and give a really good, solid outing.
16 runs for Iowa on 17 hits. The Hawks committed 2 errors in the field. Minnesota, 7 runs, 11 hits, 3 errors for the Golden Gophers in the field. A run in the first for Iowa, 4 in the second, and then really put it on late with 4 in the 6th, 4 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th, 2 more in the 9th inning. Minnesota with 2 runs in the first and then individual runs in the 3rd, 4th, and 6th. They did hit a 2-run home run in the 9th. But by that point, Iowa had this game under total control. The Hawks win it 16-7. Doubleheader tomorrow beginning at noon. Kate Obermuller to pitch. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Final game of the series will be following that about 40 minutes afterwards. And Reese Buter will get the start on the mound for the Hawkeyes. We'll take a break. We're back with more post-game coverage right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Leaders know there's no guide to greatness. When everyone else says something can't be done, they know it only hasn't been done yet. True leaders weather the fiercest storms and look deep within themselves to rise above and help others find their way forward. At Great Southern Bank, we're proud to partner with visionaries that help raise the tide for all of us. And when you're ready to bring your vision to life, we'll be right behind you with award-winning support.
(16-7), Iowa beats Minnesota to win the series opener over the Golden Gophers. We're joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, a tough, gritty, and good win over Minnesota today.
Yeah, it's Friday, right? Man, it was a long game, just like a lot of stuff going on, a lot of traffic. I don't know if there was a 1-2-3 inning the whole day. It didn't feel like there was one, but just really happy with the guys, and it's been a wild couple days. Getting back late on Tuesday, not having a great taste in your mouth. You get a short practice yesterday, and you're rolling into the hotel about 11 o'clock last night. But man, they played with energy and were ready to play, and that's all you can ask in that spot.
We'll start with Aaron Savary. Maybe not as sharp as we were hoping for, but Dan Wright came in, did a good job to help out Aaron.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody's expecting Savs to be super sharp. I mean, he's up a day, up 2 days actually. He doesn't throw a normal pen. It's just, so much of what you do as a baseball player is routine-oriented. And certainly you have to be able to adjust and adapt to, spring baseball. You never know when doubleheaders are gonna arise, or you got to push stuff up. So you got to fight through it. But, I think it makes sense that he wasn't super sharp, and he just fought as long as he could. And that, I thought, what Dan did out of the pen saved us, right? You got 2 games tomorrow, basically 3 games, 36 hours. Mm-hmm. And if you're having to chew through 3 or 4 guys, you just put you in a tougher spot tomorrow. So what Dan did was do a great job and extend that game. So we didn't really have to go a lot deeper into the pen other than Jack, and Jack did a nice job. So from a pitching standpoint, Dan saved the day.
And just as you mentioned, Coach, on the flip side, we did see quite a few of their pitchers, including a couple of their big names.
Yeah, and I think that's what they needed to do. We ran the starter, which was great. We talked about that. That's really what you're trying to do. Get that guy out, get the line moving, in the pen. And they had to go with somebody because the game's only in the 3rd inning. That they're scoring some runs, so they felt they had to use somebody that they had a lot of confidence in. And that kid did a really good job, and we finally got to him. It was a little frustrating. I just told Rick, I said, I don't feel like we're far off, even though we hadn't had anything to show for it. We punched out twice on 3-2 counts that he just located. I just thought we were close, and then we finally got to him. We did a great job with the reliever and some really big hits out of Jackson and Tyler. Pinch hit, 3rd at bat or 4th at bat of the year, comes in with the big hit. I think those 2 were the game-breaking hits.
Coach, a doubleheader tomorrow. A chance to win the series, possibly even go for the sweep if you take care of business in Game 1 of the doubleheader tomorrow. How can you accomplish that with all the toughness that you're seeing this week already? What's the message going to be to the guys before we show up to the park tomorrow?
The same thing you hear every day. Yep. It takes what it takes.
I figured it'd be something maybe different, but I knew the answer.
It is what it is. Like I told the guys, we've been really harping on this on the offensive side. Is just tomorrow is not going to be any easier, and the 3rd game won't be easier. No matter how good it's going, we're in a good place offensively. Obviously, things are going pretty well, but that doesn't get you anything tomorrow, right? Tomorrow takes the same focus, it takes the same energy, it takes the same effort, and that's the message. And so that's what you go into tomorrow with. You don't worry about anything other than the game ahead of you, and that's cliche, but that's the only way you can do it. And these guys have done a really nice job with that, and tomorrow we'll need to answer the bell. It's nice, it worked out, keeping Cade on normal rest. Thought that was important after throwing a lot of pitches, and Aaron hadn't thrown as many. So Aaron really gutted it out for us, right? And that's what we needed out of him. And now you got Cade on normal rest, and then you'll figure out Game 3 with what Reese can give you, in a similar spot as Aaron, although he got to throw a pen, he's still up a couple days, and you're going to get a great effort from the Gophers. Like this is a good Gopher team. We were able to take advantage of some things today, but they're going to come back hard tomorrow and ready to go, and we're going to have to match that at the very least to give ourselves a chance, and that'll be the challenge. But so far, these guys these guys do nothing but just step right up and meet the challenge. So I expect that tomorrow, but that's what it's going to take to put ourselves in a good position to get another game.
Yeah. All right, let's get some rest, and let's do it again tomorrow, Coach.
Thanks, John.
Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our postgame show from Siebert Field. Plenty of highlights from this 16-7 winner. Let's hear them now. Here it comes. Line drive, right field, down for a base hit. Wilmus comes home to score, and Risley puts Iowa on the board first with an RBI single to right. On 2 strikes. Selvig kicks and pitches. Reese lined it into right center field. It is down for a base hit. 1 run is in. They're waving Swales around third. He'll score. Wilmus over to third. A 2 RBI single for Reese Moore gives Iowa the lead right back. Reese takes off, line drive into center field, another base hit for the Hawks. Wilmus scores, Moore to third. And Risley picks up another RBI for the Hawks, 4-2. First pitch to Rogers. Dan hits on the ground, right side, second baseman moving over. He slides in shallow right, and he threw it away. Moore scores. A 1 pitch from Savary, hit right back to Aaron. He comes off the mound to field it, throws to second for 1, over to first. Double play, got him. 1-4-3, yes. Here's the next pitch. Jakeson lines it into left field. It's hooking towards the line. It is down for a base hit. Mitchell scores. Risley around third. Here's the throw. It's cut off. Jakeson Frost, 2 RBI, single to left, yes. Clausen comes set with the 1-2, brings it home to Tyler Guerin. Ground ball, right side through. It's into right field. 1 run is in. Here comes Frost around third. He'll score. Tyler Guerin, the kid, is clutch. Rogers hits this off the end of the bat in shallow left center. Will it get down? It will. And it ricochets off the left fielder. 1 run in for the Hawks. Here comes another. Reese Moore will score. Rogers winds up at second on the 2 RBI double. Count even at 2 now. The pitch to Wolf. Hit in the air right side. Fitzgerald moving over towards the line. This should be deep enough to score Risley. Good throw from Fitzgerald is cut off. Risley scores. Rogers over to third on Caleb Wolf's sacrifice fly to right. 16-7, Iowa beats Minnesota in a relentless workmanlike effort from the Hawkeyes today, and they get the series started on the right foot. Doubleheader tomorrow, first pitch at noon of Game 1 of the doubleheader against the Golden Gophers. Our pregame coverage will begin at 11:30 Central Time on the Hawkeye Radio Network. All right, that'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. For my great board op down the line, Brian, excellent job. Thanks for working with us today, Brian. My color analyst, John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long from Siebert Field in Minneapolis. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Mid-American Energy. Call 811 before you dig. It's the law. Visit midamericanenergy.com for natural gas safety tips. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.